tough guy.
Sons of Scotland, I am William Wallace, and I see a whole army of my countrymen, but they'll never take our freedom!
Welcome to the Real Flat Earth Friday. How are you doing this evening, brother?
I'm excited. We have quite the podcast prepared for tonight. A few unexpected parts to the podcast and a few expected.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger, a big-time banger. If y'all missed it, there was a conversation that took place between me and Nachiketa Fire. And, I had my thoughts. I had my suspicions regarding Nach beforehand, but I tried to put that all aside and just go into it and have like an objective conversation with him where we're going to talk about the true nature of reality. And his responses all the way through, all they did is confirmed all of my suspicions all along. And so what we're going to be doing tonight is going through and going through the timestamps. I put Nach on in a position where he had to take stances, and we're going to review those stances. We're going to show them all to everybody, and then we're going to put Nach and his whole crew in their proper place, and we're going to be doing that all with the Illuminati cards that you've been creating as well, right?
We're going to start with that first. We're going to be opening up. So all the different groups, when the final experiment started, Jason wanted to group categorize flowchart and make sure that everybody understood all the choices of reality. And what we were going to do was make sure that we timestamped, SEO'd, and put it out for everybody to actually choose with which group you want to go to. We're making it all simple, all streamlined. Tonight, we're going to be bringing forth the upward rising pressurized pizza domer group. And Nachiketa and his old team are here. And if they're tuning in, I guess we'll get into that when we get into that. So that's just one section. Great job, Jason. I want to start off by thanking you and everybody else that was there Wednesday night for the podcast, where you did an excellent job. I was very impressed with your thoroughness, with how you make things so simple, how you model. Just thanks for the presentation you did. And I hope that other people, now I do know that you're going to be maybe doing another interview. People saw that interview and they were just blown away at the content that you're bringing forth here. So you're actually getting more invites to continue to go around and share the truth with other places. So all in all, it was a great Wednesday, and thanks everyone for being there.
Yeah, it was a good conversation all in all, because I was able to get across a whole bunch of points, a whole bunch of positions to get Nach on. And like you were saying, we're going to be tracking everybody's positions. And so positions move, and so these positions will move with the characters, but what we're going to be doing is showing the networks how they align, when they change their positions, who's pro this person, who's anti that person, all those types of affiliations. And we're going to be going through, and we're going to be showing that. So it wasn't a friendly conversation like you would think. We were civil to each other, but what he was doing is he was looking for the contrarian, the other side, another way to look at it, every single step of the way. And so that is the sign of a person being an enemy. Like they're an opponent, they're against you, they're trying to find a flaw in your model. And so our position is just, we're sharing the truth. This is the facts. And so when you're standing on a position like that, you feel pretty invincible when you know you have the facts. So I was able to go into this conversation knowing that I had all the evidence because I had prepared it. And so when I first talked to him and we're getting ready to go live, I was asking him, so are you going to need to screen share? And I was surprised, but he said, nope. And I was thinking to myself at that point that, like, this is showing up to a contest. Like, if we were playing basketball against each other, you know, you would think that he'd at least show up with his shoes, right? So he didn't even show up with his shoes in this situation. He wasn't ready to share any evidence. And what I was doing was giving him a platform for him to be able to explain his position that Earth is uprising. So I knew right away that we were going to be in for a shit show, but I just tried to, each time I got to a point where I had him something dead to rights, where this was like, that was it. Like he had thrown in the towel and agreed and accepted the position that we have is correct. A lot of people, what they would do is at that point, they would press it and press it and press it, but we're able to go through and get to a whole bunch of stuff. So we have a lot to go through tonight, and then once we're done covering those timestamps, then we're going to cover what happened in Notch's chat. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, I just want to say that what you had said there, you know, I just want to completely clarify. It's okay to try to debunk everything we say. Okay, but when you're having a conversation, when explaining different theories and models, for someone to take the contrary point, for someone to constantly poke holes using the MK Ultra terms after you insistently said, we don't use the word Pac-Man or Portal. That's characters like Will Duffy and Jaren use these types of things. And you really got to get a good understanding of the character. When you brought up the 24-hour sun, we look at the right way, you know, every single thing that you had said, he wanted to try to invert, flip, or say, you know, I just don't agree with you. And then the things that he did agree with, he literally tipped his king over. Like early on, I was like, did everybody else just notice that he's accepting that the Earth is fixed and stationary? He's agreeing with what Jason was saying. But yeah, like you said, we got a lot to get to. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This is going to be a great podcast. We got, again, great brand new music. Shout out to the very small but powerful team, the Goldsmith, YD, everybody in the chat. We're very grateful that you're here tonight. Please respect our rules, and we'll respect you, too. You're in our house, and we're glad that you're here. We're grateful that you're here tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that last part, we will be getting into what happened in Nachiketa's chat. And we are going to be bringing up YD because she was a part of that, and we want to get her take on it. And so my disgust for Nachiketa is just absolutely off the charts. I find him and Q and Fee two of the most disgusting people I've ever come across on the internet, which is saying a lot. So stick around, everybody. We're going to back up everything that we're saying, and we'll see you after this break.
Let's go.
There's an elephant in the room, and it's blocking out my view. You're giving me the signals, and they're getting through. And I really want to talk to you, but the world is spinning round the room. There's lizards on the ceiling, and my mind's a zoo. And I hear all the things you don't say. My brain is getting tangled up, it happens all the time. Words are falling out just like a water slide. And I could write a song for you and try to make it rhyme, but every time I talk it comes out backwards in my mind. Backwards in my mind. Like a Tylenol afternoon, you're chewing up my pain. I'm an animal just like you, and I wanna see your fangs. And the butterflies in my guts, they're moving fast, I'm keeping up. You're pulling me into your room, it's a liquid moon. And I hear all the things you don't say. My brain is getting tangled up, it happens all the time. Words are falling out just like a water slide. And I could write a song for you and try to make it rhyme, but every time I talk it comes
choosing. Welcome not in someone else's shoes. If you're walking lost and there's nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. That's crazy.
And we are back.
That tune was backwards in my mind. Thanks, everyone, because that's what these guys are, right? These upward rising pressurized pizza domers are absolutely backwards. Okay, they employ tactics like special pleading. They invert everything, just as you would expect. And you'll find out that their ringleader is someone who believes in Aleister Crowley, who told everybody to do everything backwards and invert everything. So they're just falling right into line. So as soon as you've got it fixed and we're stationary, I'm ready to continue with this.
We are fixed and stationary.
Well, I just want everybody to see here. Behold the first unveiling. This is the Illuminati, but it's the Kill Illuminati version, right? These are the cards, the playing card groups for the shape of reality, the final experiment, or the final false dichotomy experiment. We're starting with the upward rising pressurized pizza domers. Now, to get this card, right, you're going to have to be a member over on the Reality Check chat group on Telegram. They're going to be released there tonight after the podcast. I will be releasing the player cards. First, I want you to understand here what we have. They've admitted, all the characters in this group have admitted that they live in a pressurized pizza dome, and they believe that it's rising upwards. The upwards vector, as you can see with the arrows, delineating the direction of the rising Earth. It says here, upward rising Earthers contest that Earth is rising upwards along with the entire universe at a rate of 9.82 meters per second squared. UREs, for short, state that they are inside of an enclosed universe, and the upward motion creates a varying pressure system, allowing for so-called matter to have a weight. They say if Earth were to stop rising, everything would float weightless up into the sky. Jason, what say you to this?
No, I think it's crazy, and that's the reason why I wanted to talk to Notch, and he didn't even come with any evidence.
Wow.
He didn't present one single thing as evidence that we were rising up.
No. But he agreed to all this and said stuff like static. We'll get to the different catchphrases that they have. But let's get into the first player card of the whole entire event. Goes to none other than Satanic Dell from beyond his imaginary shed. He's got the Pentahile Swirl AE supposed non-reality map as his icon logo. Let's get into this. What we have here are 4 sections. Well, really 3. This one here is broken down into pro and anti. What we have here is just some statistics about them and their channel and their networks and a little summary. So starting it off with Satanic Wicked Dell. So he's got 27.4 thousand subscribers. Good for him. Did not lose his channel during the apocalypse. Views. He's got 1.8 million, 44,274 views. That's a good amount of views here, with only 325 videos. So that's quite a bit amount of views for a short amount of videos. He created his channel back in May 14th, 2014. So he's been around for 10 years, 5 months, and 28 days. So this next box says YouTube verified, and that's a no. Just most of the YouTubers that we're going to be going through are not verified. And what it means when you're verified is that you literally work for YouTube. If you have this section say yes. Right? We're not going to get into who they are, but Dell is not one. And when you see here truths failed, that's the 10 fundamental truths. So they fail 9 out of 10 here, at least Dell.
So description box, everybody, you can find those 10 fundamental truths that we stand on, we're willing to debate anybody on. And so every one of these characters, they're going to have a rating as far as how many truths they fail.
Yeah, we could make scores, and we could actually have a game created for all these cards. But right now, we're just bringing them out. We're doing this in a methodic, patient way. So let's get into the summary here. Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve is an open Satanist who sports many satanic tats, including the cross of Satan on his left hand. He was a stationary flurfer, but now teaches that Earth rises up at 9.8 meters per second squared. Dell is very active on YouTube and is very dogmatic about his cult.
And you can't understand him either, right?
No force is down. So he's pro This is going to be the teams or the groups that these people are all linked to. Pro, level-headed William. Andrew, Execrate 200. We got Mike here, Nachiketa Fire, which again is a Hindu god's son, the son of one of the Hindu gods. So what you're going to see here is this word that he's pro special pleading. So he argues for special pleading. Del. Right here, he's pro Anton LaVey openly on his channel. You can go through his videos and you'll find where he actually promotes Anton LaVey, who promotes doing everything inverted and backwards, flipped upside down. So if the earth is stationary and fixed, Anton LaVey says, make sure you teach people that it's actually moving. He believes in general relativity. Actually, all of these pressurized pizza domers are arguing for general relativity. You'll hear them use the words like relative all the time here. They do believe that the entire universe, ladies and gentlemen, all the stars, everything that you can witness and see, the sun, the moon, everything is rising inside of a container. That's why they're called the pressurized pizza domers. Dell is anti. This is the section of a little bit of a summary of who he's against. Now, I just want to let everyone know, if Dell, if you're tuned in, if someone's watching and you know Dell, please send him a timestamp, send him a link, let him know that the card's been made. You can contact us in the comment section below and we can change these. I've created these inside of a program. I can change any of the information on here if it's not correct. But as far as these cards are concerned, I've done my research. I didn't make any of this up. Anti, yeah, of course, Christians, right? As you can see here, Anton LaVey is most Kabbalistic, satanic character you could actually ever find. Russian vids, he's very against Russian vids. He's very against Nathan Oakley, 1980. Dell is always definitely been against Team How Shy.
Always.
Yeah, he argued against us, and it was in his recent interview with Will Duffy. So after Jason interviewed Will Duffy, and Will was an absolute clown, coward jackass who wouldn't answer half the questions and then tried to shame Jason, he went on with Dell, and Dell mocked Jason. Dell started asking him what sex positions he liked, and I'm like a wake forward, however he said it. Dell is also, so he's for special pleading, right? He argues in that case, but you're going to find out that these rising earthers, these upwards rising pressurized pizza domers, they're against it too. So they go around saying their only test to prove that Earth is rising is when you drop something, which is absolute special pleading. Right? Nobody's in free fall ever, except in a vomit comet or when you actually go and create the special pleading experiment. So
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a few instances, like roller coasters will give you some time in free fall.
Sure.
Skydivers will get probably the most, but the general person, very, very few minutes of free fall in your whole life.
That's right. So they're both for. So they're for special pleading because they argue that flat earthers, stationary earthers, argue for special pleading and globers, but they're also against it at the same time. No, they're for because their model relies on it. Let's move on to the second card. Dun, 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 dun. We have second in command. Why isn't it putting the card on? It's not moving the card. There it is. Level-headed William. I know most people that are tuning in right now aren't familiar with him, but don't worry, we will have a flow chart that accompanies these cards. You'll be able to open that up. That link will be in the description box when it's finished, and it'll take you to William's channel, and you can learn all about him. He's got 2.3 thousand subscribers, 116,000 views, almost 170 times, 1.6 thousand videos, pretty good. Date created, he's been around since June 19th, 2014. 10 years, 4 months, 24 days. He's not YouTube verified, and again, fails. Again, 9 out of the 10. The only thing that he passes, he says that Earth is flat. Says Will lives in Southern California. He claims flat Earth is contained and rising at 9.8 meters per second squared. His first video is shaming those who eat meat and is titled "Stop Eating Your Friends." Will performs observations and regularly speaks publicly trying to convert others to his cult. Who is he for? Obviously Dell, the guy above him that we started with. Andrew, Execrate 200 we're going to get to. Nachiketa, again, Mike showing up. Zetetic Warrior again. Here's his wife, level-headed Natalie. It says here, my wife Natalie and I are both 33 years old. It says here in the beginning of the card on his channel. How stupid. Did he make this in 2014 and he put that they were 33 then? He just left this up? I don't think he's 33 anymore. So he's also pro Eric Dubay, pro veganism, and yeah, he also is for arguing special pleading.
He's anti-meat eater, globe, stationary Earth. He's very against stationary Earth, right? All of these guys are. They mock it. He's all about people. He's saying unobjective truths, right? That's what he is. He's against it. He's against buoyancy. He's against density. And he says that he's also against special pleading, right? He tries to say that because things fall down to the ground, that's special pleading. So that's level-headed William. Let's keep going because we've got so much to get into tonight. Next card up, Andrew from Execrate 200. 1.5. He's got 221,000 views, 508 videos. He started not that long ago, only 8 years ago, October 12th, 2016. Again, not verified and fails 9 out of 10. Andrew performs observations actually utilizing special pleading to confirm his bias that he thinks Earth is rising. Andrew says the Bible teaches that Earth is fixed, but get this, fixed like a roller coaster, constantly moving. But do you want me to read that one again? Andrew says the Bible teaches that Earth is fixed. He's a biblical guy, but fixed like a roller coaster, constantly moving. When Andrew is exposed, he runs to his Discord group and whines. He's pro Dell, pro special pleading again, pro not Jaquetta Fire. He's the only one in this group that supposedly is for the Bible. The entire universe states rises inside of a container. So he's also against special pleading. He's against the globe. He's against the stationary Earth. He's also against the Bible because he's literally anti-biblical in the summary on the page. The Bible states emphatically that the earth is fixed and immovable. Right? Yes, it is hungeth upon nothing, upon foundations and pillars. He's also against buoyancy and density. I'm going to keep going here. We got to the main character for tonight, Nachiketa Fire, who took that down from his channel because I guess he doesn't want to be associated with this satanic Hindu godson anymore. He says, the lovers of God have no religion but God alone, he says. So he's got this quote from Rummy, 2.6 thousand views. He's a newcomer. This channel is only 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day old.
Yeah, that was 2.6 thousand subs.
Yeah,
that's
200.
Yeah, 270,000 views.
Yeah, I was trying to rush through that because I know we got so much to get to. It says Mike recently moved back to the USA after living in the Himalayan mountains. Mike teaches Earth is flat and contained rising upwards at 8.9 meters per second squared. Mike does not believe in any religion and teaches that all history beyond the last 200 years is a fabrication. Pro, beyond the imaginary curve, we got a new character here. I guess we could probably say that all of them are pro Rose. Rose 777, who also is a believer in Aleister Crowley because it was him who brought out the 777 Book of Laws. We got Level-Headed William, Execrate 200, you just learned about them. Zetetic Warrior, we're going to get to next. So he's for general relativity again. All of these guys argue for relativity. They all believe that the entire universe rises, and they're all pro-special pleading because that's their entire theory rests upon. Their entire theory is fixed, founded upon special pleading cases. Anti-history, he doesn't believe in anything historical, this guy, Nachiketa. He believes he's against the globe, he's against stationary Earth. He mocks them, even though it's completely observable, provable, and repeatable everywhere for every single person that's ever lived in this reality knows that the Earth is fixed and hasn't moved. He's against buoyancy, he's against density, and he's against special pleading. Do you have anything to say, Jason, before I move on?
No, that's good. We'll get into them. We will get into them.
You can't speed this section up, okay, everybody? I have to go fast. But again, this is just part one. Wait till you guys see the flurfers. This is the upward rising pressurized pizza domers.
Or oopers. So being from Wisconsin, we got to make fun of the oopers, but now I get to make fun of the oopers, right?
Truth over comfort. Giving a shout out to the chat. I don't always do that. There already has an Arwen card. Arwen is a part of the magical special, not a pressurized pizza dome group. Arwen's all alone in his group. We already have an Arwen card. Upward rising pressurized pizza domer. Now taking the stage is Zetetic Warrior. Right? As you can see here, there's nothing on his channel. It doesn't say anything. Right? 366 videos though. He's got 2.1 thousand subscribers, 207,000 views, 366 videos. He started his channel, get this, Jason, on your birthday, September 1st, 2015.
That's weird.
So he's been around 9 years, 2 months, and 2 days. He's definitely not YouTube verified, and he does fail 9 out of 10 truths. It says Zetetic Warrior kind of claims that the earth is flat. So he kind of claims everything. He doesn't stand upon anything. He's also rising upwards mentally with his imaginary earth. He believes that it's contained and rising, yes, at 9.8 meters per second squared, which is general relativity and what Einstein came up with. In his first video, Z, as he's generally called, says the creator is a schizophrenic, bipolar, vengeful god, but he can't wait to sacrifice his firstborn child. Only 2 streams on this guy's channel have titles. Both of them are supposedly calling out Jaren as a shill. He's pro Level-Headed William, pro Andrew Execrate 200, pro obviously Mike from Not to Kid a Fire, pro Rose 777, very pro Rose. They all are. He's pro special pleading because his entire argument rests upon it. He's pro Jaren. Him and Jaren were good friends. They shouted at each other. He's appeared on the Jarenism podcast. He's got a Cash App, so you can donate to this guy, right? I don't know if he has a Ko-Fi too. I know Netchikita does. So these guys are also taking donations. And yes, he's pro himself, right? Because this guy is a super narcissist. What is he? Yeah, he's anti-Christianity, big time. Maybe more than Dell, I don't know. He's anti-special pleading. He tries to imprint or project everything that his argument is onto others. He says he's against stationary Earth. He has no name. I asked Mike, not Chiquetta, what is this guy's name? I don't like calling people YouTube toxic acronym names. Like, I like to be limitless, but I like people to know my name's Ron, right? It's not limitless or RJ Shine, even though my name is Ron James Harris. So, you know, this is just, and he's also against Jaren. So he's for Jaren and against Jaren. He's for and against special pleading. So these are the characters. This is the first section. Again, this is the upward rising pressurized pizza domers. So let's get into a few quick timestamps from these guys, just so you can get a little bit of a primer for about what we're about to see and hear. So here's the first section. What we have here, do I have it correctly centered on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got Z here, and he's going to give a quick estimation.
Well, actually, no, it's not all the way to the right. You can,
this side here, you got some of my files showing. Is that better?
That is better.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear what... so here's the Z character that we just had the card up on the screen. We don't know his name. Zetetic Warrior. He's a Saskapedalian. Tries to use the biggest fancy... Hey, listen, Z, the simplest explanation for anything is the smartest. So if anyone out here is trying to up their vocabulary, all you are is a Saskapedalian, and people don't understand you because you're too smart.
There's no demonstrated downward acceleration.
So there's no demonstrated downward acceleration. Jason, can you answer him, please?
Well, that's because he will always take it to free fall. And so when something's in free fall, you can't measure its movement, you can't measure its weight.
Its weight.
Right? But you can do that from an outside frame of reference real easy. So they take that special situation of free fall and try to use that for everyday life.
So basically what they've done is created an example where because something's falling, you're not able to physically weigh it. And it's special pleading because how much you on the other side of the screen, how much of your life have you spent falling? So all you actually have to do is take a radar gun, hold it up into the sky, drop something, and allow it to pass through the radar gun, and you will be able to measure its descent. Mm-hmm. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's continue on here. Here's the next one. This static relative density. They come up with straw man arguments, like when you're going to hear Mike from Nachiketa, this guy here, you're going to hear them create arguments for Jason in the podcast. It's not even Jason's vehemently against it.
Evidenced idea of the bending and warping of space-time pulling matter towards the center of the Earth, or you have a vector going up.
So that's a false dichotomy right off the bat. Z again, things have a weight to them, right, and a density and an amount of air resistance. So if something's flatter and larger, it'll float slower down to the Earth as it's falling through air resistance. It's not being pulled to the center of the Earth. That is what the globe earthers state. You're not giving the correct flat Earth stationary position, right? They're just misrepresenting everything. Jason, do you have anything more to say? I'm going to play a little bit more of this clip.
No, you can keep going.
Oh my goodness. You want to know something? I think you guys might be onto something.
No, they're not.
And
We
this
know
is it.
we're on to something, dude.
Well,
like,
and this is
that's why we're here and letting all the other flarfs make fun of us.
So we weren't making fun of you at all, Z. But now I will. How come every single podcast he does, he's all in black, and all through the summer, why has he been wearing a toque? Right? These guys, all they do is project, right, and invert everything.
I don't think I've ever seen him without that hat on, ever.
Jason did not mock or make fun of you in any way, Mike. Either have I. Sure, I've said that you guys are ridiculous, but we haven't come across. Now we're going to. Let's move on to this next one.
I just do want to say that I originally called him a jackass and a shill because that's what I thought he was.
Yeah.
Now, I toned that down to be able to have this conversation and get to do this in person. And now I actually can say with absolute conviction that he's a jackass and a shill.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Z, Mike, Dell, Execrate 200, I openly challenge any one of you clowns to a debate anywhere, anytime. I'm ready right now. Jason's ready right now. We'll come with our demonstrations, with our experiments. And why haven't any of these guys that claim Upwards Rising Earth, why haven't they verified the tests that Will and Dell are doing? And Execrate 200, Andrew. Nachiketa says he doesn't just blindly follow. He's not in some cult, but yet he demonstrates every single tendency that you would expect a cult member to have. And then the gall, the audacity on these characters. This Z character to come here, he's barely been in the discussion for like 5 months. Listen to this.
Of course.
This is the shitty thing about these fucking lies, man. This is what, if you're wrong, you're wrong. But if you lying and you just keep dragging this shit down, it's gonna your credibility is shot.
Right.
Like, I mean,
and that's why Notch and I, we're stopping it, Vlad. Notch and I are just stopped. We're saying, okay, you guys keep lying. We're going to keep calling you out in your lies over and over and over again. You're not going to be able to escape it. So it's like, you may have your big channels. You may be going Roseanne Barr and Jim Brewer and
nobody cares.
Fucking InfoWars. Exactly. Like, keep doing that, because what's going to happen is you're going to get your fucking PSYOP is going to get a bunch of people on board, and then once it's discredited, you're going to lose everybody, because they're going to go right back to the confirmation bias. Like, oh, there's a 24-hour Arctic sun. You said the fucking sun's got to be in Australia, but you see it's over here. You said that. And now the evidence shows it's not. So the confirmation bias just kicks in, and then they lose them anyway, because you're just lying. It's like a short-term benefit, but sacrificing long-term prosperity.
That's exactly what these upward rising pressurized pizza domers are doing. Again, everything that they do, they invert, flip, twist, and say the exact opposite of. Right? These guys are coming out here. We're the ones for over 10 years have been documenting fighting against David Weiss, who he didn't even name, Jeranism. They steal the valor. I was the one who was kicked out of the community 8 years ago for showing them that the sun rises south of the equator and sets south of the equator. But yet this guy has come out and he says he's going to hold them. And this guy, remember, is good friends with Rose 777, was good friends with Jaron. They both agree and hate the Bible. I think people need to put 2 and 2 together. One more link and we're going to go over my email. Listen to how much of a hypocrite this guy is. Now, I actually was grateful that he had you on, Jason. I thanked him. I was polite. When I was on his channel, I was in his house. He banned me already once, right? For being disappointed in him, for not allowing me to speak my mind when he had the gang stalker on, QN Dummy. So I can't believe how much of an absolute hypocrite this guy is. So QN Dummy was made a bunch of racist video, like a really long video, all kinds of racism about this guy, and listen to how he's defending this guy now, and then goes right back to having the moderator Q do anything he wants in his chat. Listen to this.
WhatsApp messages with each other, and I messaged him and I said to him, like, look, man, all you had to do is just admit to the fact, and look, it's like he could have just said, oh man, I can't believe I said that, or like just say like, oh man, I thought that was a possibility at that time. But no, he had to double down and say straight to my face on my own channel when I'm interviewing him, where he's trying to convince me of the circling sun, that that wasn't him. He never said that. That's just Jaren making up that shit. And then Q and Fee just, and Jaren even sent me that information saying that he just flat out lied to me, like to my face. And that shit is not going to be tolerable. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you call yourself a Christian or you're a dedicated a flat earth channel. You can't get away with that shit. Period.
Yep. God damn. Whew. Jesus Lord. Man.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to cover that up? Do you want me to cover that up and not talk about it? Is that what people want? No, I can't in good conscience and say that, that is something that he didn't do. He did it,
Yeah.
So, the hypocrite, not Jaquetta Mike here, allows people to gang stalk, to lie, to publicly slander and shame others who are simply there to learn. So I didn't go on the interview with Jason because I figured it would be a good idea that Jason and Notch did the first interview together, and then I could go on after and share everything that I've gone through in the last 10 years with Mike. But it went exactly the opposite direction that I would have wanted. It says here, this is my email to Mike. Very disappointed, Mike. I want to start by saying thank you again for last night. Then I want to let you know that I am completely done with you. I will not have any further discussion with you. I will not join you on your channel, and I do not want anything to do with you other than to expose you. You are a complete hypocrite masquerading as a truth-seeking so-called spiritualist. You invert all your intentions. You allow gang stalking and hateful, toxic content on your channel and within your chat. You shame women and do not protect those who are in need of protection that come to you seeking answers. You live in a false reality shrouded in lies and vain attempts to feed off of your followers, building your ego up in a toxic manner. I have over and over forgiven you for blocking me for defending myself on your channel, as you continue to allow others to slander my own mother, Jason, and myself over and over on your platform. You say things like, quote, I don't understand the back and forth with you and Q, end quote, yet lack the ability to see that Q is a gang stalker who takes no position and spends his time trying to divert people away from actually seeking the truth we share. Even right now, as I type this, today, QNF is in your chat still slandering Jason right now, continuing to try to drive people away from our truth, drawing a steam that has nothing to do with us. I forgive again for this, but that will not help you anymore unless you change your ways, and that is solely up to you. Jason spent weeks going over all your content, studying your teachings, and preparing information to build you and your audience up with the truth that he has spent over a decade investigating, and you repeatedly mocked him. After he stopped you and stated that we do not use MK Ultra terms like Pac-Man and portals, you repeatedly continue to repeat the terms like a cult-like approach to strawman Jason's teaching. How much time did you actually spend preparing for last night's podcast? Why do you claim to be a man after the truth and yet show such lack of respect for others who put countless hours of effort into you? You would not even meet him early enough to figure out the best ways to run your own streaming software. And this also, you did dishonor Jason too. You allowed toxic, repulsive, and cult-like content to be repeated over and over in your chat, and I am aware you were reading it because you were responding in real time with me and some of your viewers. I am attaching some screenshots from last night for documentation and to make sure you are actually a witness to the hate and filth that you set up viewers to partake in during last night's podcast on your channel. The disgusting messages that QNFEE, which stands for Q Network File Explorer, made towards multiple women, not just one, in your chat has been, in all of my time on YouTube, some of the worst, vile, and most disgusting hate I have ever seen yet to date. What makes it even more upsetting personally is that one of the women was my own mother. If you knew that YD was my mother and you still allowed this, I'm even more disgusted with you and wonder how you could be so much of a coward that you would allow this. You set the interview up and then allowed others to come to your channel to be gang stalked and attacked. I can't even imagine how someone like you can even look in the mirror and call himself a man after letting another man talk that way inside of your house /platform to multiple women. To make things even worse, you ended the stream off inverting the truth while stating, and I quote you, "I very much respect the ladies who are here." You in no way respect any of them. And again, just show more that you are a deluded, deceitful, arrogant man-child that is living a hypocritical lie. This may be a joke to you, but Jason, my mother, and myself take the truth and the search to the answers of life and reality very seriously. We do not just show up 15 minutes early to hit live on Streamlabs and try to claim some kind of truth valor. We actually put work in and have years of timestamps to back up what we say, and we also change our positions when we are corrected. You, on the other hand, have moved into a total cult-like mentality whilst standing fixed upon special pleading as your only evidence that Earth is so-called rising. Your answers show that you have absolutely no clue what you're talking about, and Jason easily destroyed your upwards rising Earth theory with simple logic and demonstrations. I truly hope that we find solid ground. I truly hoped that we would find solid ground to stand upon together, but you have decided to destroy any future attempts for us to work together. Mike, I will timestamp and link you to all the hateful, untrue, cult-like content that you have created. I will use SEO, search engine optimizations, and all of my effort to make sure that you will not have the ability to just walk around as some hero for the truth when you are actually a hypocritical coward that allows women to be gang-stalked on your platform, and for good men like Jason to be treated with such lack of disrespect. Very disappointed in you, Mike, but I will pray, and I have been, and we'll see how things go. Jason, it's time for you to take over the screen share and start to actually get into what took place. Many people might have tuned in, and maybe you think, wow, it was a great conversation. They had a good back and forth. The only thing that Nachiketa wanted to do was bring Jason on so that he could disagree with him, so that he could try to come up with some catchphrase like Pac-Man or Portal, and then for him to allow people to gang stalk everyone in our group and then fill his comment section with a bunch of lies and filth. And you know what? I'm glad this is being documented. We will continue to document you, but we won't be involved in anything to do with you or your disgusting channel. You had people in your house spitting all over the other guests that you entered in. You invited in Jason onto your channel. You invited us in there, and then you allowed us to be attacked, my mom to be literally mocked and ridiculed. And if you know what the worst part it is you're all internet cowards, because if you did that in my house, you would be leaving as soon as you possibly could. And I'm not going to threaten because I'm not that guy, okay? But I know one thing is for sure, QNFE and you wouldn't be acting like little coward bitches in front of my face. But you could do it on the internet, and it's disgusting.
That's all real. That's all because of the shit that went on, and we'll be getting into that. I thought we were going to take a song break after this and then come back into the timestamp section. Is that correct?
Oh, we can. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, we will do that, and we'll see you all in just a minute.
Black and blue. I've been down for days, but I'm coming to. 'Cause your mind's a maze that I'm running through. I hit the fork and I can't choose. There's nothing more that I can do. But I wanna be enough for you. We're saying nothing new, and I couldn't care less as long as I'm with you. Exactly like this. Say what you wanna say, 'cause I'm ready and dying to hear the truth. Take what you wanna take, 'cause I'm ready and lying here next to you. Been trying to shut it down now, holding out, hoping this was something, make it real now or cut me down, tell me it was nothing, and say what you wanna say, 'cause I'm ready and dying to hear the truth. 'Cause I say for all the words you say, but I don't wanna change. Can it all just stay the same? 'Cause on paper, the failures are what make us survive it every day, and I don't wanna change. We're saying nothing new, and I couldn't care less as long as I'm with you. Exactly like this. Say what you wanna dying to hear the truth. Take what you wanna take, 'cause I'm ready and lying here next to you. Been trying to shut it down now, holding out, hoping this was something, make it real now, or cut me down, tell me it was nothing, and say what you wanna say, 'cause I'm ready and dying to hear the truth.
And we are back. How was that? Are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here, just in the chat right now.
All right.
But yeah, let's keep going.
Absolutely. So what we are going to do now is we're going to get into that conversation. I went through and time-stamped this, and so we're trimming off like the first 43 minutes of this conversation. We're going to be watching this from the Awake Souls channel because Notch doesn't give a shit about having good quality graphics. His Streamlabs streams are only 720, and he doesn't do anything to present the information in a way where a person can actually see it and make sense of what's taking place. So fortunately we have the stream that is high quality here where we can go through. The first part of this, we talk about things like ripping and some basic stuff. But it's really at this point in the conversation here that we start getting into the nitty gritty and the details and stuff like that. And so I'm starting where I first asked Notch about force. And this is one of those things that I see these upward rising people and the heliocentrists, they all have these convoluted descriptions of what the word force is. So I wanted to get Notch on record for what he thinks force is. And it's garbage. So as always, brother, go ahead and stop me anytime you want to. I'm going to be running these timestamps sort of to a point that I think is a natural stop point. But if there's something to talk about beforehand, let's absolutely do it. So let's get into it. This is how it began.
That's great. If not, that's also fine.
All right. So a couple more questions here, just sort of like in the general topic, and then once we get into some of these things where I bring up some screen shares and stuff like that, what I want to be able to do is have some common vocabulary that we can agree on and not miscommunicate on. And so one of the words that I hear used in terrible ways is the word force. So would you be willing to define what a force is in your opinion?
Yeah, and I guess we could have reserved this for the later conversation, but we might as well talk about it now since you asked. So force is probably the way I would define it is like energy that's converted to action or motion.
Okay. All right. So I wasn't actually expecting him to say this, but that is a good definition of force right there, of real force. But I wanted to dig a little deeper and see if he was going to apply anything sort of magical to it. So I kept going. Now, is it just physical in nature, or is it also... See, like, when I think of force, I think of pushing and pulling something, like mechanical energy, like a work engine. Getting work done is actual force. You push something, you lift something, that type of physical manipulation type force. And now I do recognize that there are other things that affect, something's position. So there are magnetic fields, there are, things like that, but they're not the same as force because a magnetic field has a point of origin where everything is strongest at that point of origin and then gets weaker and weaker as you go away from it. So I just want to get real clear when we're talking about force, are we talking about the physical push-pull or... Yes.
Well, okay, let me just interrupt you real quick, Jason. So far as I understand it, and this is something that I had to learn, that there is no such thing as quote-unquote pull. Pull is a word that we use, like for example, like when we look at a door, we pull the door to ourselves. So it's a semantic thing between like a pushing a door and pulling a door, but...
a semantics thing. Right? So that is...
Inversion.
Now all of a sudden the whole thing between pushing and pulling is just semantics, and it doesn't have to do with an actual force anymore, right?
So it's a tractor truck pull or push. Tractor truck push only. Right? Everybody's been to a tractor truck push, right?
I think
keep playing it. There's more.
Yeah, I guess I did trim that off somehow. So let's go ahead and play that.
The actual force that is applied to that door is always going to be a push. And the way I would describe it is that when you pull on that door, when you pull that door towards you, yes, that is the directionality of that action pulling towards you rather than pushing away from you. But however, the force that is applied to that door handle is always going to be of a push nature. And what I mean by that is like when you grab onto the handle of that door and you quote unquote pull on that handle, you're applying that force to the back of the handle, which quote unquote pulls, which is actually forcing or pushing upon that door handle, which pulls on that door, which ultimately makes that door open. So all force or all action is of a push nature in reality.
So semantics, anyone?
That was retarded.
That was semantic wordplay for you, right out in the open. I mean, there's no hiding. It's not a pull, it's a push if you're on the other side, right?
Everybody's been to a tractor truck push, right?
Here it comes.
As far as I'm concerned.
So how would you explain pull-ups?
Pull-ups is the same thing. So when you actually do a pull-up, like you are applying force, like where's the pressure? It's actually on your hands, on the bar, right? So the area in which we are grabbing, right? Area in which that you're grabbing, right? So yes, the pull-up is called a pull-up. That's the action, just the same as like when you pull the door. But all this push, you're applying pressure downwards on that bar. So you're pushing down on that bar, like you're lifting yourself, and that lift can only occur by pressing down on that bar. And then if you can do a muscle up, that is also pushing down on that bar. So that is a pull up in semantics, in the language, but the actual force is of a push nature. Same thing.
All right, so you're in the semantics.
That was crazy. No, a push-up is a push-up. If you're doing a push-up into the sky, that's a different thing than a pull-up. You're still pulling down, right? And not to the center of the earth.
This is where he really goes off the rails. Listen to this.
So like if a car goes off a road and a tow truck comes and hooks up a cable to it, it doesn't pull the car out, it actually pushes the car out?
Well, again, you're getting lost in the weed of the semantics of that word of push and pull, and then the action.
Tow truck, pulling the car out.
In the weeds here. Notch, you are absolutely ass backwards lost in the weeds. We can't even see you. There's so many weeds above you.
Just wait until you hear what he has to say in order to get the truck coming out, or this vehicle being pulled out of the ditch.
Is described as a pull that is pulling the car. It is latched onto that car, so that whenever we are dragging something, that is a pulling force. But the actual physical nature of what is happening is that the chain that is hooked to the car, where's the pressure? The pressure is actually the chain, each of the chain that is connected to that car, that is being pulled by the engine, that is run by that tire, everything moving. It is all in the push nature.
He's saying that the chain pulling the car out is pushing.
Yeah, okay.
It's all push.
So in a tractor pull, the sled behind is pushing the tractor?
Again, Jason, you're doing the semantics thing. So yes, the tractor that is pulling.
That's not. He's not doing any semantic. You're doing the semantic thing.
Yeah.
The sled is actually the word that we're using is pulling. Yes, it is pulling, but the actual physical thing that's happening is that it is pushing. There's only pushing in the physical force. Okay, so if we cannot get to a kind of an agreement about that, then we're not going to have to. We can't agree on this. So,
yeah, we might not. So, but I do.
There's no agreeing on that one. That's for sure.
Yeah, because the magnet pulls too. It doesn't push. It attracts. It pulls to itself. But continue on. That was
springs can
get really bad.
Springs can be used to both push and pull.
That's right. To tension.
Mm-hmm. So we move on to the three types of circles here. Three explanations for sunrise and sunset.
And the screen.
Yeah, it says there are only three models of reality that can explain day and night. So the first explanation would be spinning balls. That would be geocentrism or heliocentrism.
Right.
The second option would be the horizontal circles that happen in a pressurized pizza dome.
Right.
And then the third option would be equidistant circles tilted based on latitude. So
I think I'm with the third option. Like at least like I used to believe in the circling sun back in the day when I was a flirf. But nowadays that I think the celestial is doing all kinds of crazy things that I cannot explain how that actually works in a particular model.
Pause it.
So, yes.
You go over to these Satanist channels and you'll hear them say the word. All they'll ever say is celestial. and we don't understand the celestial. So why don't you actually do some research and learn about it, or at least pay attention and stop learning to mock or try to find something that you're contrary about with anything that Jason had brought up. You're going to constantly hear celestial, but then these people think that they have the actual audacity or the intelligence or the research to try to say that Jason's wrong. I know he agreed with the virtual stereographic equidistant model of reality with the tilted path of the sun that right around the observer, right? But then he'll say, I don't understand the celestials, and try to debunk it in the same breath.
But see, this is one of those moments right here. There's only 3 explanations for day and night. Nobody has come up with a 4th explanation for it. And so he had to go with number 3. He gave up on number 1, and he's given up on number 2. He had to accept number 3. So this was it. This was, we're playing chess here. And I just took him to the point of, he gave up. He tipped over his king, and he lost his whole game right here just by accepting the fact that the sun is rising from Earth and setting into Earth. And all I had to do was sit here and just pummel him on this spot. Just pummel. But that would have ended the conversation too soon. And I wanted to get his position on as many things as I could. So a lot of these things, I got the tap out. I got the king being tipped over, but I just kept going because in this game I wanted to take all of his pieces off the board, not just one.
All right. Well, that's big because the only model that can use the equidistant circles tilted based on latitude. It has the sun, moon, stars all rising from Earth and setting into our Earth. You understand that, right?
Yeah, so let me just ask you a quick question before we continue. Okay.
Yeah. So I could have gone for the pin right there, but now all of a sudden he wants to ask a quick question and divert the conversation. And we can jump this section here.
Part of the reason why I was so disappointed in him.
Yeah.
Because if he was actually interested, he would have been paying attention and he would have had to think about all this. Instead, he was trying to come up with on-the-fly contrary positions the entire time.
Yeah, so I'm showing him the different models that have the stars rotating around the observer, setting into Earth, rising from Earth, and he's having to accept all these things. One by one, he's having to accept these, but we finally get to this, and it sort of becomes more interesting.
If I bring you back to this model, right now we're at like 30 degrees north latitude. That's roughly where you're at in New Orleans as well. So this is...
I'm in New Iberia, but whatever. I mean, it's
yeah.
2.5 hours away from New Orleans, but yes.
Okay.
Close enough.
This right here, if I move us farther south, watch what's happening here with the tilt of the ecliptic. So as I go south here, once I get down to the equator, here the ecliptic is tilted 90 degrees up, and this is when you are going to have at the spring and fall equinoxes, you have the sun rising 90 degrees east, setting 270 degrees west, and you have these straight line path of the shadows. So this is another one of those huge debunks of any sort of circular one pole model.
Yeah.
Because
Stop you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you finish.
I mean, yeah, this is really the first video that I put out that was going anti-AE, was showing that the equinoxes, the sunrise is 90 degrees east, sets 270 degrees west, and straight line paths of the shadows at the equator. And that's impossible with a sun doing circles around a single pole. It's impossible. So he's accepted it. It's an admission. This is another defeat, and it's showing it with the sun rising and setting into Earth. He's just got to accept it. Let's go up to 105, 24.
It's 90 degrees and then setting at 270. But what the only difference is that is the trajectory or the azimuth. Is that the correct or the arc? That's the arc of the sun.
Azimuth is your compass headings, right? Telling you that direction. Your altitude tells you the height of the sun here. So it gives you the data here, the azimuth and the altitude. And so it the same longitude, but different latitudes. You can see everywhere on Earth it's rising 90 degrees east, setting 270 degrees west, but it's only at the equator that you're going to have this straight line path where the shadows run perfectly east and west like this. But there's a perfect mirroring between the north and the south, where 6 months out, So if you're up here in the north, let's go up. Here we are up by Ripon here, and so here's the March equinox in the north, and if we go to like 42 degrees south, right, the longest days of the year are always going to be when the sun is making these largest paths. A lot of people have a hard time explaining the length of day. And when you watch a model like this, all of a sudden the length of day becomes very obvious, because you can see that now it's taking a path that is the longest path. So the sun's moving at 15 degrees an hour in this constant rotation. Let me turn this way. It'll show the full circuit underneath. You can see that this is a constant revolution that never changes anywhere. But because it's got this longer path right here, these are huge angles coming up from the southeast, setting to the south.
So constantly people are talking about the different sun speeds. So at different latitudes on the flat plane of Earth, as Jason has on the left, you can see the map, the sun will be above the horizon for longer or shorter periods of time, creating a longer path through the sky or a shorter path through the sky. But you can actually physically measure the distance that the sun moves through the sky, and it stays constant everywhere on Earth. That is something that everybody needs to understand. It is very simple.
Yeah, you can see that the sun's making its constant speed revolution around here, but because this top circle here that's highlighted has the most amount of time that the sun is above the horizon, we have the longest length of day. Here we've got a situation where it's got 16 hours and 45 minutes, but if we were to change this date slider so that it's at their winter and it's the shortest path here above the horizon, the sun hasn't changed its speed at all.
Slower. Sun's not going slower now.
No. But the path, so much less of it's above the horizon, so then your time of daylight will be much shorter. So I was showing them all this, and we get through it, and guess what ends up happening?
But because of this is the reason why down here we've got almost 17 hours of daylight, because there's just this tiny little circle here is where it's below the horizon.
Yes.
All right. So, yeah, you've got daylight hours, you've got twilight times. Really,
I agree with this. I mean, there's nothing that I disagree with in regards to this information. You know, like I think the sun calc has not been debunked, and I don't think people can debunk the sun calc data. And the sun calc data is more or less showing us that there is the angular paths of the sun that is mirrored from the north and the south in the same latitudinal degrees, and the fact that there is a quote unquote 24-hour sun in the Arctic and the Antarctic at the different summers, right?
No.
So,
have you noticed that with sun calc it's
right.
possible to not?
So he just accepted all of it. He understood that the mirror angles of the suns every 6 months from the north to the south. He accepted it all like absolutely no problem. But the thing is the only model that works with is the stereographic virtual reality. It doesn't work with any single pole. It doesn't work with a globe in space. It only works with our model. So his accepting this yet continuing to be against it is irrational. It was really goofy to me, really strange. His technique is just accept it, say, okay, yes, I don't disagree with any of this.
Yeah, we don't understand the celestials, he says, over and over and over again.
And then disagree with it, right? It's crazy.
Not have the sun rise from Earth?
no, I didn't. What do you mean? Like, there's no place where the sun would not rise? Is that the question?
No, there's no place that you can get on here where you can get the sun to like go around the Earth, like it's in outer space, like it's a ball, like it's a pressurized pizza dome.
But yeah, I didn't really think about that because I'd never considered that to be a thing, anyways, right?
Yeah, it rises and sets from Earth.
He never considered the sun going around a globe Earth, and he never considered a sun never setting in the pressurized pizza dome. He's saying.
Yeah, so what Jason's saying is that simply we live in a programmed reality. For the lack of a better term, we use the word virtual reality, right? And we use the Bible to back what we're saying, right? The daylight was created before the sun and the moon. Okay. Mm-hmm. And no, Will Duffy, the Earth didn't spin creating the first day.
Earth doesn't move.
Yeah, the Earth is fixed and founded upon nothing. Is also another reason why we believe we live in a virtual reality, because when Jason opens up his 3D modeling program, right? You start with nothing, and then you hang the board upon the Earth on nothing, right in the program. So basically, what we're saying is that there's no program right? We use the game Asteroids, and there's other games where you have looping boundaries. You know, it's so crazy that we even have guys like Will Duffy, Jaronism, Mike, not Jaquetta, constantly misrepresenting and not understanding the easy, simple understanding of a looping boundary. You have a fixed game board when you only have so many places that you can go on the board. When you get to the other side, you just loop to the other side. This is absolutely observable, repeatable, and verifiable in our own reality, right? But yet people want to believe that we were created by some giant big bang and everything was created from nothing, or they want to believe that they live in a giant pressurized pizza dome that's rising. But they don't understand a simple understanding of how there are looping boundaries. Listen, everybody, creation is supernatural. It's magnificent. It's beautiful. And it's also simple because you can't have a cage. If humans got to the edge and they're hitting a wall, right? We would go crazy and everything would just die. They would all kill each other, right? You can represent this with rats in a maze. You can do these tests and you can understand that the creator made it beautiful. Obviously, we're contained here because have you seen what humans are doing right now? Have you seen what the Rothschilds and these other elite families, or I should say parasitic families, are doing? Listen, we're at a learning stage. We're still babies in the grand scheme of everlasting eternal life. And the reality that we're in, it simply has no boundary wall, but there are boundaries set. And it's represented in a loop. That's it. It's really simple. And Jason could do it in a 3D modeling program right now and show you.
Yeah, and we will continue to do that.
It's all they mock, Jason. And you see the consensus between all the different shills, Will, Jaron, and Mike. You'll see they all team up together, right? They all team up together, and the only point is the looping boundaries. But they believe one thinks he's in a floating, flying, pressurized pizza dome. The other one thinks that a big bang created the reality, and everything in the Bible is a lie.
Well, we are going to get down to a containment argument towards the end, and I'm going to be pointing out that the container in his situation debunks it, and he's going to try to pull a gotcha with the container as far as the boundaries. So containment is a major issue, and you're going to have your people that go the upward rising pressurized pizza dome way, and you're going to have the people that think it's crazy, right? And they're going to go with the common sense route. We'll get to it.
Stereographic biblical virtual reality is a programmed varying pressure, a programmed looping boundary, which you can traverse and circumnavigate in any direction. It just takes a really long time to go north-south.
Yeah, we're going to show everybody that pressure being a gradient is proof of Earth being a virtual reality because neither the pressurized pizza dome nor the space ball up against the vacuum, neither of those work.
Now, these paths right here are way too big because what would you say is the farthest distance that we've ever been able to see from a ground-based observation?
Of the sun?
No, farthest distance that we can see from a ground-based observation on Earth.
Farthest distance?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, I guess the world record is something like 275 miles from, like, some photo to some island somewhere,
Canada.
maybe off the coast of, like, Israel or something like that.
France.
So, I don't know.
I mean, hang on, pause
like
it.
200.
Again, how can these guys claim, like, him and Z, we're coming for the truth. We got... This guy doesn't even know the disinformation from... Listen, the website he's actually referencing is called Beyond the Horizon. Everybody, there's a flip in that. You cannot see beyond the horizon. Okay? Buildings are obscured from the bottom up depending on their elevation and your elevation and your distance to them. And it's a formula that Jason knows and can explain to everybody. But the Beyond the Horizons website was created by flat earthers to create dis and misinformation that could be debunked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I've got a whole video about that called Beyond Horizons. And I didn't have time to get into it with Nacho, but, these are the types of things that we can just pound on for whenever we feel like it, right?
These are his words. Everybody in creation is witnessing all of this. So even if you don't have views and you're wanting to do content, listen, everybody, all the angelic order, everything that's ever lived and died, everything around is all witnessing what we're watching, okay? Jason and I are just here to simply document it and to research and share the truth. Not Chiquetta or Mike he's gonna stand upon every single word and every single thing he's done.
Yeah, so he's going to try to push for this 270-mile observation. I take it to a very simple line of reasoning that shows that there's no possible way it's 270 miles. So check this out.
175 miles?
Yeah, I'm going to show you something here, and you can test it out for yourself. But we did this podcast about 10 months ago, talking about the real distances we can see revisited. And what had happened is we came across this information that the farthest that Mount Everest has ever been sighted from is 200 kilometers, which is like 120 miles.
Yeah, 120 miles. Okay.
All right, so that's the tallest thing in the world, which is going to have the largest circle of sight. So
I've seen the Himalayas from Kathmandu, and that's probably about 120 miles.
That's what this is.
What are the chances, right?
Yeah, I remember when I found this video. I was super excited. I was very grateful. A lot of times I pray, I ask to be led, I ask to get the information, and I wanted to know what the longest sighting distance is that we could see. And I knew that it was going to be Mount Everest because I know, right? I've been doing the how perspective works for a very long time, that the tallest object in reality can be seen from the furthest distance away. And that's how we got to this. And so you're literally explaining it to him, and he's like, well, I've seen it. Well, he just verified. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you for verifying that.
He's got personal experience on this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is
I have eyewitnessed and seen the Himalayas from Kathmandu, and then actually from a mountain called Shivapuri. So Shivapuri is about 2,000, I think 700 meters above sea level. So there is a little spot.
It could have been this.
It's like a 4-hour hike to get up to Shivapuri, and then on a clear day, you can actually see the Himalayan range from Shivapuri mountain in Kathmandu.
Okay,
I've seen with my own eyes.
Yeah, that's what this video is. Is somebody with a Nikon P1000 in Kathmandu actually filmed Everest, and so this stands right here as the world record that's verifiable, and nobody's been able. You would not be able to see anything farther, right? Because Mount Everest is the tallest thing on Earth. It's going to have the biggest circle of sight. Obviously, you would be able to see it from the farthest away. There would be nothing else that you could see farther. So there's a lot of disinformation out there. That Beyond Horizons website that gets pushed by Jeranism and Witsit and all these other guys. Have you looked at?
Let's not talk about them too much. I mean, I just want
to. I mean,
all I did is mention that these guys push Beyond Horizons.
Well, he was just pushing Beyond Horizons too.
Yeah, that's the reason why he didn't want me to talk about them.
Yeah, and again, what he's the guy that goes around and says truth has nothing to hide, right? And he won't allow you to talk about it, but he'll allow everybody on his channel to say the most disgusting things, the most filthy things, attack and slander and gang stalk people that come to his channel. Women too. But you're not allowed to say that Jaron and Witsit and David Weiss are promoting mis and disinformation that was created by was it Soundly?
Soundly. No, Sly Sparkane.
Sly Sparkane made it, and he set it up that he could turn the Earth off and show the missing parts of Kanagawa, and they perfectly matched to his mathematical equations for a globe. And he showed you how he overlaid the images into the footage.
Yeah,
oh, and I do believe that if you go to Alush and you do go on a certain day, there's another island in the bay way before Kanagawa.
Yeah.
You can see the sunset behind that. And they're misrepresenting the observation that it's Kanagawa. And listen, Jason and I've been breaking down magician's tricks since I was old enough to know what reality was. As soon as I knew I was in a reality, I was interested in understanding how magicians did their tricks. And Jason that's what you do. And we're here to share that with everybody. We don't have anything to hide. We don't invert anything. And we can be corrected.
Yeah, so here we are. We just established that the farthest Everest has been seen from is 200 kilometers, 120 miles. And this is what Notch comes up with.
Talk about like your model and your belief and this information stuff. I guess we can touch on it if you want, but yeah, like so you are saying that this is the record, right? The 120 miles. I thought there is a camera or a photo of somebody saying that this is a world record of 275 miles, but that doesn't count. I guess that would be the question that I would.
But the thing is we've done the videos and podcasts where we go through and individually debunk these things and show really how crazy it would be to think that it's possible, because they're being done from lower elevations to other things of lower elevations, which means that the circles of sight would not be as big. You wouldn't be able to see as far. And so the whole Beyond Horizons website is just like a word published site that fake flat earthers created back 7 years ago, and they started putting out false evidence of being able to see too far. Because what it does is it makes the truth discreditable. When somebody runs around saying, we can see 200 or 600, there's people that claim with the infrared cameras that they can see 1,200 miles, 2,500 miles, right? You see how that could make the actual truth look crazy when the farthest Mount Everest has ever been seen from is 120 miles?
Yeah, okay. This is your claim. I'm not going to make a positive claim one way or another. I'm just listening to your information. And according to you, the furthest that we can actually see is 120 miles, okay?
Well, for a ground-based observation. Now, if you were at the top of Mount Everest, obviously you would have the largest circle of sight, and you would be able to see the distance that you can see from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
Right.
So what does it mean to you? Like, what should I derive? What should I understand from this information?
Well, just the limitations to the distance that we can see. That claims beyond 120 miles aren't going to be able to be substantiated.
Okay, fine. Let's say that is the case. So there are people who are falsifying that information and claiming that we can actually further.
So I just made the case that you can't see farther than 120 miles, and now all of a sudden he's saying that it's been falsified. There are people that have said that they can see at 270 miles.
And this was supposed to be your presentation. Why is he trying to punch holes in it? Why is he contrary? Like, he hasn't done any of the back research on this.
Saying it's been falsified.
Let's just say,
stick with that.
And then we should be wary of the facts. So, I mean, you have an understanding of how, I guess that would be dependent on our evidence of how we have come to the conclusion of that being that is falsified. Like whatever infrared photo saying that, off the coast of Israel, we saw mountains over at Crete, and according to Google Map, that it is like, 200 some miles away, and that is just not possible, is what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, so what you can do is you can take the elevation of where you're taking the photograph from and the elevation of what you're photographing to and see whether or not their circles of sight even intersect each other. If the circles of sight don't intersect each other, then it's impossible to see each other.
Okay, can you tell me what the circles of sight means?
Sure.
So how does this guy not know what a circle of sight is?
This is crazy. This is crazy. Him and Z, they know everything. They're coming to bulldoze everybody. Y'all, they're retarded.
He doesn't have any idea what a circle of sight is, right?
Your explanation was spot on. It was fixed. It was founded. It was perfectly still and very understandable. Very easy to get. Listen, if you don't have intersecting circles of sight, listen, everybody, you can't see it. It's really simple. The only people that say they can see stuff beyond their circle of sight is NASA, and they say they can see to the outer reaches of the supposed universe. And that wants to go with them? Go ahead.
So I do go into an explanation of circles of sight here for him. Yeah, I would think that this guy would know about this already, but I had to explain it to him. Yeah.
And are you going to play it?
Sure.
Sure. So if you imagine like two old ships where there's a crow's nest up at the top of a mast.
Okay.
All right. Each one of these masts, let's say, is 100 feet tall. So you can see farther from the crow's nest than you can from the deck of the boat.
Right.
You have a larger circle of sight.
So I'm stepping along here, getting his acknowledgments. All right.
And
you can see further.
You have another ship that's so far away from you that it's beyond the horizon. Right, it's gone beyond the vanishing point. You can't see it anymore. But you've got this guy up in the crow's nest over there, and now these two ships start coming towards each other. The guys in the crow's nest are going to be the first people to be able to see each other before they see the rest of the boats revealed, right?
And what if they had a binocular or telescope? They would be able to see each other like even further away, right?
You can only magnify what's in your circle of sight. So once something's gone beyond the horizon, you cannot zoom it back in anymore.
Okay, so what does it mean? Like when something has gone beyond the horizon, what does that mean?
How stupid.
So I've got a video called...
How stupid. How absolutely clown-ass jack backwards. How stupid. What? Not Jaquetta, Mike, beyond the horizon. What does that mean, Jason?
What does that mean?
Let's move on. Do you have enough time? I mean, we got a lot to get to, but I can't believe how stupid. You guys think that Earth is rising and you want to go and follow this guy? Get at it. Go at it. There should be a link everywhere. Not Jaquetta Fire. Search it on YouTube. Go and follow him. He's going to tell you. He doesn't even understand what something is when it's beyond the horizon. I mean,
never.
Wow.
Calls himself a flat earther too, right?
I give up. He wouldn't even meet you a half an hour or 45 minutes early so that he could learn how to properly screen share Streamlabs with the Zoom Hangout.
So here we're going to get into Mean Sun.
No.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to show you here. This is that the Andrew Marsh site. I recorded an equinox where I've got the sun going around. And what I've done is, because so many people have tried to straw man us and say that we say it's Pac-Man. That a sun is traveling between the tropics here, like above Earth, say like 3,000 miles high, like they have in the pressurized pizza dome, and that it's following between these lines, and it's going off one side and coming on the other side. And we've been trying so hard to get people to understand that what this is representing is the sun rising from Earth, setting into Earth in a person's circle of sight, and this is how day and night travel across the face of Earth.
So this is what they would call a mean sun, right? This is a mean sun?
No. That is a label that only really QN Dummy uses. And he's the one that goes back to a video from like 7-8 years ago that we did have a graphic that had the sun above the ground.
I made it.
Yeah, and that's all he hangs on to.
Yeah, they misrepresent everything that we say. Listen, if you go on the equinox to the equator and you actually, with the sextant, measure the sun at midday, it will be directly above your head, right? Once you get beyond the tropics, north or south, those two yellow lines, right, you can't measure the sun above your head.
Not 90 degrees above.
That's the only thing that we're explaining to people. That's it. And if anybody else, and listen, do you want to go to the Q clip that you have with the whole mean sun, or is that for later? Because all people try to do, stupid people, dummies, they try to misrepresent things. They create straw mans, and then they try to act like they've won some kind of an argument. There's no argument here. We're literally showing where you'll have the sun 90 degrees above your head. That's where Jason has the Andrew Marsh circle of sights plotted out. That's it. Jason's not saying that there's a sun in the sky traveling around those places. We're not saying that the sun itself is an actual physical object. We're saying it's being rendered to you inside of a virtual reality, and it's programmed to do what it does, right? And the heat therein follows the path, okay? And people just constantly just want to misrepresent.
Yep.
All right, so jumping through this, we've got some evidence of...
But are you going to explain about the map at some point and how you came to this point of the, because I think there's a kind of a technicality in terms of like Pac-Man versus asteroids or whatever. Like it's not the fact.
A technicality between asteroids and Pac-Man. And so that's the containment argument that he wants to focus on. We'll get to the containment argument later, but we're gonna go into some observable evidence here. And once again, we're going to get the pin. We're going to get the tap out. We're going to get the win. He's going to tip another piece over, and he's going to accept all of this here.
That, it's a kind of a demeaning, I suppose, to say it that way. That is a Pac-Man, map.
It is demeaning.
The ideal being is that there is some kind of a disappearance. And
you want to talk about demeaning? Let's talk about an upward rising pressurized pizza dome, infinitely rising through space.
And
we can talk.
Pac-Manning, right? Or never setting, circling.
Yeah.
Appearance in a different location is what is indicated or implied. So is that what is actually happening with this map when the sun, when a physical object goes to that left part of the map, it will pop out on the right side of the map,
hold on,
right? But
when a physical object, listen to how he had to word that. This is how dishonest this guy is. We are saying that the sun is a supernatural luminary, a light that was programmed inside of our reality to do exactly what it does, to rise and set around each observer. That's what we're saying.
I think what he's focusing on is the actual transportation, like if you're in a boat or a plane or something.
Yeah, but he's trying to arbitrarily pick an edge to reality when there isn't one. And the only way to map it, you can only map a certain local section of it. Everything else has to be distorted to keep that one spot undistorted. What they want to do is force the argument into a straw man position so that him and Will Duffy and Jeranism can high five behind the scenes. Yeah, we called it Pac-Man. You are the asshole that's creating the boundaries. We're not. We have a limitless reality. The sun and moon and all the luminaries rise around each of us personally, and there are no physical boundaries. There is no left or right side to reality. You can go infinitely in any direction until you die.
Well, here's the thing. We can prove that 180 degrees west and 180 degrees east actually touch each other, right? And that right there is proof of loop. Now, what the globe people will say is, all right, that's on a sphere. It would actually be a cone, but we're showing how it doesn't have to be, right? And it's not, because we can discredit and prove that we're not on a ball or a cone.
Everything is measured flat. We understand that everything is level, right? The whole of this reality is measured level. So we are in agreement that, you know, we are living on a level Earth, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, fine, good. But then how and the shape of that level
got
Earth,
you, Jay.
that's where we start to, you know, diverge a little bit from, you know, the AE map versus this map, correct?
Yeah.
No,
so
there's no
the AE map has got one sun,
One pole.
up 3,000
One sun, 3,000 miles high.
miles high, doing circles around a single pole.
Right. Yeah. Well, is it possible? I'm just asking in your mind that have you considered that the AE map itself is correct, but the celestials and how it's working? Because like again, like even in your position, the celestial is based on the observer of that location. So everybody is seeing their own, you know, sun and the stars and the moons like circling around them. Let's just say, could that be
I don't know why
a
you have this
possibility
even.
on an AE map, or the AE map
Like
is just not correct?
90
It's
degrees
impossible
south.
because it only has one pole, and Earth has two poles. So there's no way.
So
90 degrees south is everywhere on the AE map. Okay, so it makes it completely unrealizable and irrational. I'm getting frustrated.
yeah, well, he had to ask the question: would this work on a single pole? And the obvious answer is absolutely not. That's the reason why we've been exposing it as impossible the last almost 8 years.
Well, it just shows his allegiance to QN Dummy because he's not watched any of your videos, not Chiquetta. He didn't pay attention to you, right? Because you've shown over and over again in the coordinate video that you just put up, just extensively showed that you cannot have 90 degrees south everywhere around the outside. And they just want to say, well, could it just the celestials? They keep saying the celestials. Could it work with the celestials? No. The celestials need also, the celestial map aligns with the Earth map. They both match. The celestial equator runs along the equator, right? And it's sad. These people just come along and then they think they're some heroes for the truth. They do no research. They follow absolute gang-stalking, retarded shills. And you can't even understand what QN Dummy says. He can't speak English. His videos are so disjointed. Look at the way that he types. Nobody can understand that. Instead, what ends up happening is he then spawns all these other retards that go around spouting retardation. The people that are here that tune in, that watch our content, can go around and enunciate and completely explain in simple terms how reality works, including the loop and boundaries. You and all of your dumb clowns, not Chiquetta, can't do anything. You guys are a joke. Everybody in creation, all of heaven and all of earth can see that, except for you clowns.
Well, let's keep going.
To represent it with just one pole. It's just it's simply impossible. I can show you.
That's the problem, right? That's the main crux of the issue, really, because I feel like it's really good to try to nail this down as much as possible. Is that the problem that you have with the AE map is that there is one pole, the North Pole, and South Pole there is no South Pole. So like the model somewhat works when you go towards the north, but then it gets too distorted when you go down to the south. Is really what the issue is. So in your model, right, you have the stereographic two poles. You have the North Pole and the South Pole, and then so the way the celestial is actually working on this map is correct, right? It is accurate.
It is, yeah.
So there, boom, that's another tip the king over, another pin, another tap out. And this whole thing was over at that point. We just nailed the case, but we want to take every piece of his off the board possible. So we keep going.
Yeah, so, and then here's some of the footage. This was actually the first video I ever took when I got the P900. And so I had no idea that this is what it looks like when you zoom into a sunrise and a sunset. In my very first footage, I got clouds behind the sun, but this, just seeing the sun rise from the water, right? And when you look at what's taking place there, like so many people have recorded this now, that, you know, it's not fake, it's not CGI. When the sun rises and the sun sets, how do you explain this type of phenomena?
Yeah. I'm 100% with you, Jason. I do believe the sun rises and sun sets. Okay, I don't believe in the circling sun at all. Okay, so you don't need to sell me on this thing, but please continue and show us more evidence of how the sun is setting and rising on the flat plane. So,
have you heard of the green? Have you heard of the green flash before?
I've heard of it, but I'm not sure what it is exactly.
Yeah, it's just
green flash.
Yeah, watch.
Is that the green flash?
Yeah, watch when this goes down here. And so guys like you will say that the sun is materializing or dematerializing, right here. That is not what a sun 93 million miles away being obscured by a Terminator line would look like, and it's obviously not 3,000 miles high.
So let's just bang on this point, because QN Dummy's supposed big debunk of this whole thing was the sun would be boiling the water, the sun would be melting the snow, and yet anybody that's filmed and recorded the sun knows that this is what the sun does at the horizon, and it's going into Earth. Notch just acknowledged that the sun is rising from Earth and setting into Earth, so even his own boy Q is pissed at him. We'll get to that later. So Notch is accepting that it's rising and setting here, but it is not boiling the Earth. That's such a straw man, because that's the idea that the sun is a big ball of gas floating around like in heliocentrism or in the pressurized pizza dome.
It's within a person's circle of sight, but just by the fact that they were able to record it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've got this is what it looks like on water. We've got lots of green flashes here. Then there's the whole clouds behind the sun phenomena. Have you heard of this before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What do you think about it? Have you looked into it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a thing. I mean, it's not something made up. I mean, it's clearly clouds that are behind the sun.
Yeah, you see that?
Yep.
And this, when you film something like this, and you can actually see, okay, those are clouds that are in my circle of sight, where you can see that, all right, these are no more than 5-7 miles away from me. You can see that the sun is illuminating just that local spot right there. It's not illuminating super brightly everything all around you like it's it's 3,000 miles high or 93 million miles away. It's literally right there in your circle of sight. And so I think this is one of the easiest ways for a person to prove to themselves is just go out with a high zoom camera and start filming when it looks like the sun might go into the clouds. Start recording, and also pay attention when it's at sunrise and sunset, because you can actually see it coming out of the ground.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Absolutely amazing. I mean, it's just like, wow.
Yeah,
that is absolutely just crazy.
How can he accept this stuff and then deny it? Right? It's such an absolute contradiction. Let's jump ahead here just a little bit.
Talk about traveling across the international date line. And so the way I represented this, let me get it to see maybe like this. All right, so Earth's a rectangle, right? Because it's 10,800 nautical miles from the North Pole to the South Pole, but it's 21,600 nautical miles from east to west at the equator.
I put a little bit smushed, right? It's like a shorter distance from North Pole to South Pole, and it's like almost double the distance from east to west.
Exactly,
rectangle.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
or a diamond.
Two of these together is just so that
Again, I don't like having the boundaries set like this specifically.
Well, it's just to this one orientation. It's just a representation.
They straw man us on it.
Yeah, they do.
But it's still well put together.
People want to have some sort of a depiction to be able to semi-comprehend it. But like Ronnie is saying, this right here is just one representation of Earth centered on France. That's right. And this is the best that we had for the longest time. So this is just one look at it. It's not reality, but it's a way of visualizing the way it would be to go across a border. This shows how day and night travels across the face of Earth.
Mm-hmm. One day, and then the next image of Earth would be the next day. Not a different place in reality, just the next day.
Now Notch goes on to say that he hasn't played video games, he doesn't know or understand them.
No.
So he's just absolutely clueless about how crossing a border works in a virtual reality. Yeah.
you can see the day and night, how they run together like this, because I do simulate like an airplane traveling across the international date line.
Jump through this a little.
Like, up there. Oh,
these days, but are you talking about Asteroid? What game is this called?
I'm just talking about any 3D video game now. So like
I don't play video games, but like, can you explain what happens in the video game? I kind of lost you for like during your explanation. Can you one more time, please?
They define a playing field, right? So in one of these games, they say it's going to be this wide by these dimensions,
okay.
and that's
yeah.
Right,
okay.
And that
now he gets it. Wow.
Now he gets it. Yeah, a defined playing field.
And then that there's limitations to how high you can go and how low you can go, and that's the sandbox, you might call it.
Yeah.
And
okay, I got you. Yeah, agreed.
And so what we say here is that the deepest that we've ever gone on Earth is like 8 miles. Supposedly they bored a hole.
Kola deep dive over in Russia, right?
Yeah, and then the highest that we actually go in reality is really defined by pressure. Both down and up is defined by pressure, which would be interesting when we start getting into the upward rising conversation, because the pressure is highest at sea level or below sea level. So the lower you go below sea level, the more pressure there is. And then at 250,000 feet, there is zero pressure. No pressure.
Zero pressure. Zero.
Zero.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zero.
Zero. That's a big thing. So 250,000 feet, no air pressure. Ground sea level is 14.7, and that's a gradient in really a short amount of space. 250,000 feet is not that long to go from our air pressure that we have here to having no pressure whatsoever.
Well, it actually is very important if you are somebody that sells gold. You definitely want to be going to the lowest land. You wouldn't want to be selling your gold at the top of the mountain. You want to be like, hey, I'll meet you at the bottom of this pit here. We'll weigh it down there.
Because things weigh less at higher altitude. You know that, everyone? Let's go to 144. 3.
He says nothing has a weight.
Right.
Everything else, it's going to fall to ground. Right?
Okay. Setaloons. You're talking about setaloons, right?
He's okay with that, huh?
So,
He's
but
okay with
do you
things
believe that there is
falling,
like
right?
anti-grav, quote unquote anti-grav technology? I mean, we do see like objects up in the sky.
Anti-grav,
I don't know about
what?
this Dark Knight thing.
Anti-gravitical?
And then, the fake ISS. Obviously, I'm not here for to endorse space or NASA or anything like
To
that.
pause
but,
it?
like, people say
If we wanted to, ladies and gentlemen, there's hundreds of timestamps that we have on this guy. He absolutely endorses the ISS. He has footage that he's got on his own channel with them manipulating water, and he's stating that he believes that this is real and that they're up there flying around.
Yeah, on the ISS. And
Yeah.
so another person that promotes the ISS is real is Jaron. Another person that promotes it's real is Rose 777. Right?
Crow filmed it, right?
And Karen B.
777.
Yeah, they all say the ISS is real. They're all on the same team.
I guess I'll have to make a Crow 777 card. We don't have that yet. We'll have to get onto it.
Yeah, we'll add one.
that there's an object that looks like ISS that is like flying up in the sky, and what is it? Just like a big object that is made to look like an ISS that's
Floating metal
that is like being, I don't know, swung up there back and forth or what?
I don't know. It's
yeah,
it's a tough one to get in.
I know you're about to say something clever. I wasn't there for the interview. So, yeah, you know what? They have gliders. They've got amazing glider technology. Absolutely. That are solar powered as well. That have many types of ways that they're able to propel vehicles. I definitely think so. When we're seeing objects, when we look up in the sky, most of the things that we see at the night vision goggles on, because if you put night vision goggles on and you look up, you are going to be just blown away at what you see moving up there. Now, the Bible also states that there are many angelic beings that are flying around up there as well. But the quote unquote ISS that we see, he's saying, is it some piece of metal that's being attached to balloons? That's a possibility, because NASA is the largest purchaser of helium, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I lean more towards, I wasn't there, that they have gliding technology, gliders that can travel like a plane, that don't need to come down for refuel, right? They just glide.
Yeah, I just take a simple basic position on it, try to stay out of the weeds of the topic.
Into, I don't believe in floating metal. Right? I'm just against floating metal, that you can put something up high enough that it won't come back down again.
Okay.
I don't believe in that.
Okay.
But lighter than air vehicles, like a big helium or hydrogen balloon, absolutely can go up to the highest limits. And then those rockets, if they have enough momentum, if they shoot it off and it picks up tons of momentum, and they have gotten up into the 300,000 range, and that they went past the burnout where there's no more combustion, but they had the momentum that they, and without any air pressure here, things become insanely light, right? So you do understand that the higher you go, the less things weigh, right?
I guess so. I mean, I can. So, like, theoretically speaking, you can get up to
So he's, all of a sudden his mind clicked, and he thinks he's got a gotcha where we're going to get up to a weightless elevation, right? Floating in space. That all of a sudden piqued his curiosity. He wants to follow this rabbit hole.
a place up there where it doesn't weigh anything at all.
Well, all right, if you talk about drop experiments like with the bowling ball and feather in a vacuum chamber type situation, with no air, the two things fall at equal speed. So this elevation right here, it's not a vacuum, right? This isn't a minus number. It's not like a vacuum chamber, but there simply is no air. So without something pushing, without the pressure on an object, it is lighter. It is. The higher you go in altitude, the lighter you are. So don't sell your gold at the top of Mount Everest, right?
Don't do it. The question still remains that theoretically, if you go further and further up, would you get to a point where you don't weigh anything at all?
Well, could you stay there though? Right? Because everything has a mass.
So the Virgin Galactic and a few other people that companies, not Elon, because his stuff is just crazy stupid, have done these flying experiments where they do drop a plane or a ship, a starship, out of another plane, and they fly straight up. And they do get to that point where it looks like they're floating, but guess what happens, everybody? What is that old saying? Everything that goes up
must come down. Absolutely. And so then you start talking about the specific weight of a material, and I think I do get into that here.
It does fall back down to Earth. Those high altitude balloons, when they do burst, they don't just wisp away into outer space.
But if you don't weigh anything, right, then you don't have any. I mean, essentially.
So there was the opportunity for something to. You got a high altitude balloon, gets up to 250,000 feet, and it should have been weightless and never come down, right? It came down.
You have no weight.
Well, right? See, this is a pressure. This is something that's added to an object. So an object has its own mass, which is defined by the density of the material, right? Mm-hmm. And so everything's got its own specific mass, specific density, but this is an added pressure on everything because these pounds per square inch of pressure are pushing on something. You do weigh more at sea level than you do. So at the top of Mount Everest, it's only like 4.3 psi. So you'd be considerably lighter up there. Do you have more questions?
That's if we had gotten into it, that's a major debunk of upward rising Earth there. That's the reason why all we got was a out of him.
He's not going to go into that one.
It's regarding the stereographic virtual reality. Have I explained this in satisfaction to you?
Well, no, I thought that we would kind of get to the question of like the Pac-Man or the what do you call it, the asteroid type of thing, like so.
He almost said it like Asian to Pac-Man. To get to the Pac-Man.
Gobble 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 gobble.
Why he had to say it like that? I mean, I have
such an agent.
Such
an agent.
How many times you already told them we don't? So Pac-Man only has specific areas where the character is able to go through. Right? We don't say that. We don't even say that the sun is a physical object floating around up in the sky.
So here was my response.
Like, how did you come to that conclusion that there must be some kind of a teleporting type of situation? Like, how would you describe it? Like, how would you describe, like an airplane flying from, east to west and then arriving again over on the, the other side?
All right, let me play the video for you. I got it.
All right.
So when we take off from Sydney and head to Honolulu in a straight path, we are doing what is called dead reckoning. Because heliocentrists have converted the stereographic map to a sphere and then made projections from a sphere, navigators have to use rule lines on their maps to dead reckon, whereas they are straight lines and the most direct route on a stereographic map. So here we are crossing the border and we see how sunrise is moving towards us. And as soon as we cross the border, we have now entered the previous day. Having the two maps side by side is just to show you the continuity of sunrise and sunset.
That's it. Does everyone get that? Hold on. You've shown enough. It's an incredible thing to think about too. In the pressurized pizza dome, you're flying backwards and forwards, chasing or going towards the previous or next day.
Right.
On the heliocentric sphere Earth, you're flying around the globe. You're able to, the ISS is able to spin and see the sun 17 times in one day. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is the key thing that you need to understand in your reality is that anytime that you can travel back or forwards in time this way proves that we're in a virtual reality.
So here comes another time for Notch to acknowledge that a single pole model is impossible.
So the conclusion really being is that there is a problem with azimuthal equidistant projection, and then it couldn't possibly work because we know that and there has to be two poles as well. You're saying so, like you need another model that fits all that criteria, and the azimuthal equidistant cannot be it.
Yeah, let me show you.
That's it.
Look at Maggie. Yeah, you got a check mark.
There's another pin.
It's that the AE mapping model is impossible. But yeah, he still says that we just don't understand the celestials and it's our best map. He still probably said it yesterday.
Probably. Yeah. So
I
here
know for sure because I'm not paying attention anymore. He's a clown.
I show him what the azimuthal equidistant would have to do in order to get the lines of latitude to get shorter in the south.
A very accurate.
And it's an aha moment.
This is
Gotcha.
right out of Robotham. Listen, I showed this to Jason before you made it, right? And asked you to do this projection, this coin Earth. It's right out of Robotham. In his own book, they understood how this had to work if the Earth were an AE map and model. They just had the two halves right side up, right? And that's the other thing that he wants to go with. They want to believe that that's what it's like now, too. They're trying to use a projection like that.
Yeah, so I give him that gotcha moment right there. Let's go ahead and jump into this next section.
What are we going to call it? That teleportation, like asteroids?
Asteroids? You can. You can.
Still wants to talk about Pac-Man.
Let me just show you.
What's a respectful way of me to be able to describe?
Oh, now he wants to ask the respectful way.
Looping. Okay, so this looping thing is
finally, yeah. So he's
mocking it.
Yeah, he's been saying Pac-Man and asteroids, trying to mock it. But looping is the term that I use.
I don't even like you guys putting boundaries on reality. Frankly, I don't mind you doing it, but it pisses me off when these other assholes, ignoramuses, pissants, little cowardly bitches who can't even conceptualize a reality that's borderless. They want to have borders. They got to have walls, ice walls. You got to have balls spinning around other balls. Yet they want to mock and ridicule and try to continue to make the argument a straw man boundary one. You guys, they're all going to burn. Everyone that has these wicked hearts that want to play these stupid bitch-ass pansy games. Listen, a child could understand this. And you guys are all making ass clowns of yourselves in front of all of creation. Everybody's able to witness this. All the angels, everything that's helped in creation. It's all here. It's all watching. Right? And it's all laughing at all of you. Jaren, Will, Mike. You guys are all being laughed at. You're all going to go straight to your demise. Jason, I do not want these people to continue to do this. If you guys want to continue to create boundaries and then mock us for it, you are mocking the creator. And you're going to pay for it. So go ahead and keep doing it.
So here's another concession. He's going to admit that we've got the correct 2D projection.
It's looping, right? So you came to, basically you did everything that you needed to do to fit the map, to the confines or the conditions that are set for you. It needs to be a dual poled or bipoled, right? Two poled. One pole doesn't work, and the fact that we have information regarding the distance between the North Pole to the South Pole, which is 10,800.
Go ahead.
What's that?
Yeah, I just had to pause the video. I was getting something queued up here.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that so based on the criteria that you had to work around with, you came up with this stereographic map, right, which fits like the 10,800 and the equator. Even though it looks distorted, it is still 24,900 nautical miles around. So based on all that, it had to come to that shape. Is what I'm understanding. It had to, but no choice but to come to that shape because only that shape can match that criteria. So because of that, you logically concluded that there must be some kind of a looping thing that is occurring, right, from north to south, right? Because when you go further north enough, like above where that where I see, let's say, Alaska and Russia, if you go further up north, it must loop around. And then if you go east...
pause it. He's creating an imaginary boundary so that he could try to mock the idea of reality, everybody.
Well, and he thinks that he's going to... So back in the day when all we had was that one single view of a stereographic projection that's centered to France, we hypothesized that there could possibly be a shortcut if you were to follow the international date line from the North Pole, and that you could come out the south. I mean, it was just an idea, and we threw it around as a possibility. But when we've projected the coordinate system to a 2D 2 scale, right, projection here, we understood that there is no teleportation from the north to the south because they are separated by 10,800 nautical miles.
It's really simple, really, and it's oblate. So from the left side of the, we'll get into that later. It's too complicated.
Yeah, well, I just point out while we have the graphic here that this is 180 degrees west on the left side. This is 180 degrees east on the right side. And we know that if you're at 180 degrees west and you just go like another couple steps, boom, you're at 180 degrees east. There's no distance between the two. And we also know that we're not on a cone, right? So
iconal. And yeah, I get a little frustrated, a little angry, but I appreciate it when somebody, hey, you're being a pissant dumbass. I've been backhanded a few times and smartened up, lifted up by the back of my collar because somebody cared enough to actually show me that. Jason and I set out to find the understanding of the shape of our reality. Now, we don't just make any of it up, and we've progressed. We've progressed, and we've left a lot of the information up. Now, QN Dummy thinks that you're hiding stuff, right? Oh, he's got you, bro. Yeah. We have so much work. We put in so much of our own free time because this is our passion. YouTube doesn't even allow it all to be shown on the channel. They hide it. They take it all away. We don't have it all hidden. We're not hiding anything, right? And if somebody wants to go back 3 months, 3 years, 10 years, if you want to go back then and then say, this is what they believe, you're a clown. You're fooling yourself. You're fooling everybody in reality, and you're going to be made to look like a clown. When you are a blueprint reader, when you create a building, the blueprints are updated and they have a stamp on them. And if you build one of the rooms to a backdated stamp and there's an updated version, you have to pay to rebuild that room to the correct updated version. So if you guys want to continue to write these checks out, you are going to owe us. You are in debt to us because we are constantly learning. We're constantly getting better, right? And if anybody out there tries to tell you any different, bring them on back here and we'll have a live debate. Where are these characters? Why are they not here in our chat? Why are they not defending themselves? Any of them. None of those Upward Rising Earther guys, because they're scared. They can't. Nobody can. Jason and I aren't afraid to go anywhere with anybody. Do we choose not to? Yeah, there's a bunch of people. Now that we've gone with this notch, what you're going through here tonight, Jason, what's the point of furthering the discourse? He had every chance to have everything explained and gone over, and he chose to be contrary and to try to poke holes and try to say Pac-Man and Portal and say that he didn't understand a looping boundary to a reality. Do you know how stupid he looks? Yeah, he might feel good. He might get built up by his viewers and the people inside of his echo chamber. But the outside people that are watching, right, they're laughing at you guys. All of you. They're not laughing at Jason and I, right? They're not. Jason's being asked to go on to other podcasts and explain this. This is the thing. People want to limit themselves. They want to put boundaries and borders onto the reality. Go right ahead. We're going to continue going in the direction that we're going at.
Yeah, so this section here, I'm just explaining to them how the 180 east and west touch, so they're connected. And then I continue.
This could only happen in a virtual world. Now here's a spoiler alert. You want to see what this projects as three-dimensionally?
If you'd like to show us, I'm here to try to learn as much as possible. Go ahead.
All right. So if we do this
why couldn't he have watched this? This guy, why couldn't he have watched your video? He knew that you guys were about. You spent like 20 hours learning everything that he shared because that's what a good investigator does. He couldn't even watch this video?
No.
I've seen him over on QN Dummy's channel. Well, QN Fee was making, I can't even say it, disgusting, vile, projecting content that only somebody that is seriously perverted would make. And he's over there on that, but he doesn't have the time and the understanding. He's supposed to be this, he's into the Hindu gods and all this stuff. Listen, what you're showing here could be represented in their mythology. Some of these ancient mythologies actually had the biconical type of a reality. The Norse, the Vedic, the Bhagavatam, the different levels. The Enochians, he's got 7 levels, right? Which is the 7 luminaries. People don't even, they're not, Jason, nobody, none of these people are actually even trying to ingest anything. They say, Pac-Man Porto, the boundary's here, Jason. This is where I'm arbitrarily putting a boundary, like Will Duffy today. He's putting a boundary here and saying, well, how does the sun go through here? I mean, why can't people just tune in and be intelligent and actually want to learn and interested?
I don't know. So here I show them now, instead of a 2D projection, we're taking all the data from the coordinate system and we're projecting it 3-dimensionally, like we were trying to map out the sphere, but this is what happens.
And this is the equator down here. And then this is 10 degrees, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and then 90 being the point up here. So if you project this to scale, it actually turns into a cone. Here's the 3D projection of the coordinate system. All right, this is the equator. This is
the red space is the equator.
The red space is the equator. 10 degrees north. Each one of these is based off of its circumference, right? And this was done to scale. And then all the latitudes are spaced evenly, 600 nautical miles, 600 nautical miles. Each one of these are spaced to scale. And so when you lay this all out here, it does not project to a sphere. I was shocked too, but when I started looking at the data in the coordinate system, I knew that as soon as I started plotting this, that it was not going to plot to a sphere.
Dreidel.
Right, so Earth is actually a bicone, if you think that we live on a 3D version of it.
So you would think anybody that's a flat earther that found this out, that they would be excited because now they know that they can go show any person that believes that they're on a globe, show them with evidence that the coordinate system does not project to a globe.
No.
Not even close.
The coordinate system that we use to navigate with.
Mm-hmm.
It does. This is it. From left to right, the different platform levels that you see, right, are your latitudes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's very basic.
Yeah. So you would think that they're excited, and then I go on to, but no.
And here's some of the irrationality to it. If let's go back before I put that circle up.
This is basically refuting the globe model. It's
absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
So people that do believe that they're on a spinning ball, according to the coordinate system, they're actually on a spinning bicone.
Mm-hmm.
Bicone.
Which is a much more fantastic, place to be than a ball.
Yeah, could you imagine going skiing at the North Pole? Well,
a big drop.
57.4 degrees in all directions when, like, the extreme slopes, double black diamonds are like 25 to 35, maybe 40 degrees. And here we got 57.4 degrees in all directions. That'd be one hell of a ski slope, right? I don't know how you get to the top of it, though.
Chairlift.
I guess, yeah. Let's go ahead and jump up to 215. We're getting through this. We are, everybody. Here we're going into the final experiment.
And the sun is right behind you. We're looking directly south. Okay.
Yeah, well, if you use here's Union Glacier from Google Earth, and so they set up their camp in this area here,
yeah.
and a lot of their footage that you'll see there is you'll see these mountains, like in a picture like this.
Yeah.
Right. So then from that you can see that you're looking south here, and obviously the sun is to the south here, but I think there's more incredible ways to actually prove that they're going to see a 24-hour sun when they go there. And have you looked at the total solar eclipse of December 4th, 2021?
I saw videos of that, of people down at Union Glacier Camp on the runway filming it. But beyond that, I didn't really see more. So, but I would like to know what you picked up on from this video.
Yeah, well, all right. So you'll have somebody that will say it's fake because it's this is 360-degree footage. So you will be able to find a seam somewhere, but it's 8K, 360, and all of these people, all right, every single one of these cameras, all these people were here to record this and publish their images, and everything corroborates each other. And so they get into this situation here. They're looking. We're going to have to go look and see which direction they are facing here. But you can see these mountains. This is to the south over here, right?
And there were mountains to the north, though, too. So how do we know that that's not the mountains to the north?
All right, I'll show you from Stellarium.
So, I mean, like you said before, he's being contrarian, but these are the types of things that you have to double check, right?
Sure, any good investigator should, but the way that he's continuing to do it on every point is why I was disappointed in him. He wasn't even like intrigued or interested at all.
So I take him to Stellarium. We get, I show him that I'm at the right latitude. He accepts that. I tell him that I'm rewinding the sun where I wanted to get it all the way out to the west here, and now we're going to start tracking it. And so here it's coming around.
You can see now we've passed southwest. Here's south coming. We can start to see only in Stellarium the shadow of the moon. You wouldn't see it in real life. Mm-hmm. But as it goes past south here, without ever having gone below the horizon, here comes right there is our totality, and that is just past southeast, but we were able to observe the sun staying in the sky.
Never set.
Right.
So that is the smash. That is the smash.
Experiment over. Done. AE map done.
Done. Like, there's no reason to talk about it anymore.
Or the experiment or the trip. The only reason why they're doing it is to make a false dichotomy and then say the Earth is a sphere. And we've been saying that since before they even had the experiment, the observation even brought up.
So Nacho asks for our model for the final experiment. I give it to him live right here.
Stand for the truth that we do know, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, it just compiles and compiles on each other.
Oh, and I want to point out something here, Jason, if you turn the sound down while you're playing this. If you look on the right here, as the sun circles, this is how you can verify the speed of the sun being consistent.
Yeah, it's tough until you get to actual true 90 degrees north or south, because what you have here is the azimuth is rotating and your altitude is changing. It's not a flat circle, so you can't see in these numbers.
If you 15 use those numbers, you're strawmanning a misrepresentation of the sun.
That's what Q does. Q and dummy
tried to do, but we can debunk everything that dummy does.
Yeah, so I showed him all you had to do is screen record this area here, and this is the exact prediction that we have for azimuth and altitude of the sun. This is December 14th at the location where these guys are going to be going for their sun observation. So he asked for our model, and there it is. We got it. Let's go ahead and jump up to 27. He asked about accelerometers, and that's exactly right where I was taking the conversation, so I was ready.
On the whole Will Duffy, the final experiment, I mean, I'm sure you talked about it before with Will Duffy, but let it be known to our audiences that what is your position on the whole thing?
False dichotomy, part of a New World Order PSYOP to try to straw man a false dichotomy. It's an observation, and yeah, it doesn't prove that we're on a ball upside down antipodal. It proves that we're on a two-pole stereographic plane. Right, that's what it proves.
Yeah, so if anybody says that if they see the 24-hour sun, the Earth cannot possibly be flat, would you agree or disagree with that statement?
No, it's they are going to see the 24-hour sun on a flat plane. That is
okay.
That is what's going to happen.
Right, but according to do you think there's any kind of like, this is the claim that I made, and I may be wrong about it, so you know, maybe this is my opinion, but my contention is that if I go, let's say Will Duffy asked me that, hey, Nachiketa, would you like to go to Antarctica? I'm going to provide you a free ticket to go to Antarctica for the final experiment, and then if I accept the ticket to go to Antarctica on Will Duffy's dime,
this is so ridiculous.
I have more or less accepted the terms and conditions of the TFE. Would you agree with that, or is it just, you know, let's just go anyways, even if I'm going to be a forever flat earther and just collect data. And then, you know, I would have to admit that I saw a 24-hour sun, but I don't have to admit to the fact that the Earth is a globe.
We are saying that there will be a 24-hour sun. That is what our model predicts. It's so ridiculous. Like,
yeah, on a flat plane. No, it's him and Z. This is their big. They go around spouting that off, that Jaron and Whitsitt are going to have to say the Earth is a sphere due to Will Duffy's parameters of his set experiment. It's ridiculous. It's a false dichotomy. It's trying to pit two different models together. That's all they're doing, and then falsifying one because the other one confirms the bias that they started out with the intention.
No, we've got some important timestamps coming up in this section here.
Let me ask you the question in a different way. I think I'm not sure if you fully followed what I was saying. So what I'm saying is that if Will Duffy is talking about, like, if he has already set the conditions of the TFE, as you and I can both agree that it's a false dichotomy, right? It's a false dichotomy. So there is no winning there in a false dichotomy. Either way you go, it's a false, end of the road. So if I or you or anyone accepting that ticket, you are essentially participating in a false dichotomy, is basically the question I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I've been telling them over and over and over again that it's a false dichotomy. We've got the explanation for it, but nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to listen. You're the first person that's actually taken the time to listen a little bit here.
Just a little bit. He only came thinking that he had some way to debunk it, but he did listen a little bit.
And that's great. I wish there were more people that would actually just take a look at it, because the evidence is there. It does exist, right? I mean, take a look at how does a pressurized pizza domer or a heliocentrist explain things like this, like the sun rising from below the clouds?
So here's the video I took. As you can see.
Have you seen this?
Not this one, but I've seen something similar. But yeah, go ahead and play the video, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah, so this is Matt Long. He was one of the pressurized pizza domers.
Now the sun is 93 million.
And he was with David Weiss at that Greg Locke and Dean Odell debate thing. You remember that? So long time ago, he took a flight and he's recording with a P900, the sun below the airplane, right, rising from the clouds, coming up through the clouds, and that's just one footage. Here's another amazing footage. We've started compiling these. And so every one of these types of footages are proof of the sun actually being able to be below airplanes, below the clouds. And once again, the only explanation for that would be virtual reality. And nobody else could come up with any other explanation. And watch as this sun starts peeking up here. It's horizon's way up here. It's breaking through the edge of that cloud down there.
So I'm just going to mute this section here. Thank you for compiling this footage, brother. Every single one of these video clips that I went through, we've got the sun below the airplane. We've got we're gonna have airplanes going through the sun coming up here soon, and right away, one of the first things that Notch recognizes is that the person in the airplane would have a different view.
Yeah,
right.
An explanation, right? So the sun is equidistant to every observer, right? So the person in the airplane sees the sun 5 miles away from them due to their altitude. Jason and I on the ground looking at that airplane, we see them in the sun 5 miles from our position. And he actually did get that.
Yeah, so we're showing clear and obvious proof. He's recognizing this. He's acknowledging.
So this one
Have
here.
you studied this?
I mean, I didn't study this, but I've seen it, yeah.
All right, so what do you say the explanation for the shadow being cast upwards is?
I agree with you. I don't disagree with you.
How can anyone say that? I don't understand how someone can say that they witnessed that the shadows are above. So a shadow can only tell you the anti-position of the sun. So the sun must literally be below the trail from this plane. There's no other way you can't semantic it away. You can't use any type of, this clip that you see, the trail literally goes above, right across the sun. You see the angle of the shadow moving as the trail moves along. This is only possible in virtual reality, all this stuff.
Yeah, so I show him this, and of course this is something that QN Dummy has filmed. He calls it a sun dozer. You can't deny that the plane interacts with the sun, right?
He used to film all this stuff, QN Dummy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm ashamed that I was ever his friend. I used to do hangouts with him. We went through all of his footage. I let him show me it all. It was great. We talked. And then he just all of a sudden, after you started praying away the trails, he started mocking you and making fun of you. And then all of the years now, all he's done is gang stalk and try to push people away from our content using disgusting, perverted, vile video.
Yeah.
He hasn't successfully pushed anyone away either.
And you can see you'll see that like a jet trail thing.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That's absolutely fascinating.
Fascinating.
And like this,
I wonder what the perspective is from where they are at.
Yeah, so obviously from the airplane,
again,
they're going to have the correct azimuth and altitude.
Does he think that they just felt that they were shooting through the sun?
Right.
Show me the ground getting hot when the sun sets into it. That's the mindset on these guys. It's so infantile.
But see, the retardation is that a QNF will come along and say, how come the sun's not boiling the water or melting the snow when it goes down? But
plane didn't catch on fire.
Right.
QNF had footage of drones flying through clouds and they weren't getting wet. Planes flying through clouds. Explain that. If the clouds are water, right? And he knows that the Earth is a virtual reality. He just hates the fact that we're Christians. Listen, all these people, all the people that are involved tonight, all the names that you heard in the pre-show, except for the guy that calls himself Exocrit 200. He apparently is a guy that believes in the Bible, but he's best friends and teammates with all these guys that are absolutely outright anti-Christ, anti-Christians. All of them. Z, who are the other guys? Dell literally is, you couldn't get more anti-Christian. Right?
Yeah, so Notch absolutely folded and 100% accepted all of this. It was wins across the board, this whole...
It's shining shit underneath. Okay, wow, that's really crazy. But at the same time, when you see it like enough, you're just like, okay, I guess that's what it is. So, shall we?
So how can he not understand everything else? Because all of the deductive reasoning and all of the different observations and compilations of information that we've done, that's all we've been sticking with. And where we've needed to improve and change, we have. But yet everything else, the map, our model of reality, everything else he doesn't agree with. I'll just have to disagree to agree.
Yeah, so he folded on this whole section, but now he wants to switch and he wants my explanation for downward force.
Is there anything else that you would like to present before we start talking about the quote unquote gravitas?
Yeah, no, let's go ahead and get into this motion vector type stuff.
Sure. So, do you believe that gravity exists?
Go ahead.
The Latin language that the gravitas, like all this stuff. Like, if you are trying to explain something to somebody and you're using made-up fake words or stuff that, like, people just don't have any clue, all you're trying to do is trick people. He should have said, I would like to start explaining how Earth is actually rising. Keep it simple. If that's what you're going to do, Mike, you try not using Latin words. Listen, Latin is the language of, like, just demons.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you that.
No, not that a mass is attracting other mass. No.
Okay, but you agree that the phenomenon of gravitas exists.
I know that when you drop something, that there's an acceleration formula, in that it will hit a terminal velocity dependent on its surface area, weight and surface area, drag coefficient.
What does it mean?
Said.
Can you translate that into plain English?
I mean, what? How can you explain that any simpler?
Yeah, all of a sudden, like, he never played a video game, he didn't understand, and now all of a sudden he doesn't know this. I think it's selective dumbness.
Yeah.
Let's I like having graphics to work off of, but
okay.
Where is and acceleration? So this sort of spells it out here. Of course, it's got the typical globe obfuscation to it, but terminal velocity is the maximum of speed attainable by an object as it falls through a fluid, air, the most common example. It is reached when the sum of the drag force and the buoyancy is equal to the downward force of gravity. Now, I don't think gravity is a force. I think it's a made-up thing for the actual formula of what acceleration is, because I believe that we're in a virtual reality and that a speed was determined for how fast something will fall, and that there's more factors involved than that. It also has to do with how much drag there is. So the amount of surface area that something has related to its weight is also going to have what they're going to call a buoyancy effect.
Yeah, so basically talking about RDD. Yeah, a relative.
So here RDD. So he's got, like, in his crew that he hangs with, they just call this RDD and they hand wave dismiss it. Like, they say, oh yeah, that's RDD.
Yeah. You're an RDDer.
No, I'm not.
Reality witnesses.
Yeah, we're talking about common sense things. Actual physics that we can go out and test and measure.
Density disequilibrium is the common terminology a lot of the flat earthers are using to explain.
Nobody uses that. You just pulled that shit out of thin air.
This phenomenon of gravitas.
Yeah, so one of the things I want to point out,
gravitas
connects stationary earthers to like what Globers believe in, and I just want to point out that what I'm saying is a static plane with the actual formulas for weight which is based on a density, which is based on a volume, which is that there's a formula applied to something that sets how fast it's going to fall until it gets to its terminal velocity, which is based on its drag coefficient. That it's not a gravity, it's not a pulling down, it's not a movement. It's just simply the formula for how fast something will drop, what its terminal velocity is before it hits the ground.
Yeah, so I mean, like another way of putting it is that if you have like a density gradient, for example, you've seen water with oil, and then you can have different layers of like, you know, a buoyant or dense material, and then you can drop different objects within that, you know, container, right? With the density gradient is, you know, colored out to like, you know, water and green and blue and whatever. So if you drop a piece of metal through this density gradient, it drops all the way to the bottom. And then if you have like, I don't know, a cherry, then it goes somewhere in the middle. And then if you have a cork, then it floats at the top. So if a material is more dense, it just simply drops because that's what it does. That is the nature of that reality, and that is what we call gravitas, correct?
What?
I don't
I'm not feeling that, Raj.
call it gravitas. So density
Gravitas is a word. It's not different. It's not the same as gravity. Gravitas is the phenomenon of objects being dropping to the ground. That's what gravitas is.
Okay, it sounds Latin to me. Is it Latin?
It's irrelevant whether it's Latin or Greek. If you agree with the terminology of
I don't.
as just a phenomenon, and it's a word to describe that phenomenon, then that's all we have to go by. Or what would you rather say?
Falling? Falling?
Falling? Okay. Okay.
He doesn't like that word falling, right?
Yeah, well, it's obviously what it is.
So
Things
our
fall.
position is that the Earth is moving upwards, right?
Your position.
Yes.
You hear that?
Yeah.
He says our position. Yeah, listen to this. It's so
I don't know
crazy.
if he was directing that towards you or like him and his buddies that he's got on whatever on his side.
I think he was trying to do some mental witchcraft
Our
here.
position
Didn't work.
is that the Earth is moving upwards, right?
Your position.
Yes, that's my position. Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously I speak for myself, but I've been tempered in the ways of the upward
That's not my position. That's his position.
vectors in a way. So enough upward vectors are here to listen to me and to correct my speech if I go down the wrong.
So he's got people there listening to his speech. He's referring to Q and Phi because he's going to get he's going to get chewed out by Q and Phi for his performance here.
Let's just say so. What the upward vector position is that obviously the Earth is moving upward, and because the Earth is moving upward, it is what we call, like what we say that the weight is resistance to motion, and weight is resistance to motion, and buoyancy is also resistance to motion. Now, everything like I described before, there's no such thing as a pulling force. Pulling is merely semantics, but everything is pushing. Okay, so like,
so I mean, we've already mocked him for this whole pulling pushing thing well enough, but this is his evidence for upward rising Earth. I mean, he came with no screen shares, no evidences, and he's just saying this nonsense that anybody with common sense or a partial brain can see is really, really stupid. So he's really hung himself out here pretty bad.
Do you know how an accelerometer works, Jason?
I do. I even have some tabs up here. Do you know that like your cell phone is an accelerometer?
Yes, your cell phone has an accelerometer. Exactly. That's one of the ways in which accelerometer is detecting acceleration, because there are two objects. One is more or less fixed, and other one is more or less, they're both fixed, but like one is able to move, the other one is not able to move. And depending on the change of distance between the blue object and the green objects, is that it is registering quote unquote acceleration. Would you agree?
Capacitance change. So because of the movement, all of a sudden the resistance, the ohms changes, and they can measure that. Yep. And so they can tell if it is being moved in any direction if you set it up in a 3-axis way.
It can measure in any direction except down.
You're talking about free fall. You're talking about free fall.
So
right?
hold on, I want to state this again. Like, this is very basic for our viewers, because I actually care about the truth, and I actually care about speaking stuff that people can understand. You cannot weigh something that's falling. So they've created a special pleading experiment where they say, because we can't weigh something that's falling, the Earth is rising. Right? Well, actually, not Jaquetta, if you take a radar gun and shoot it at a softball that you throw up in the air, you're going to see its speed upwards and its speed back downwards through the beam. Not only that, let me give one more debunk of their ridiculous upward rising Earth. If we were rising upwards and everything that was so-called quote unquote attached to the ground rising, as he likes to state, if I were to simply just let go of a ball, it would, by all observations in this reality, remain moving upwards until it lost its momentum and then fall back down to the Earth. Yet every single thing that we do when we do these special pleating experiments where we drop things, they just instantaneously fall down to the Earth.
This is the special pleating section right here.
Free fall, it does not register any quote-unquote acceleration.
Yeah, free fall is a special one-off, like special pleading case because, I mean, how much of your life have you actually spent in free fall?
Very little.
Yeah.
Very little.
So it's free fall is a special pleading case because most of your life has been spent not in free fall, right?
Yeah, and so what?
And so what? And so what?
You're not rising, dumbass.
Why would we talk about free fall if it's the most special pleading case of all?
Yeah, but like if there's a change in, okay, so like this accelerometer, right, is changing, or like it is, there's a disturbance, right, with the blue object,
disturbance
right,
now.
and because of that disturbance, it picks up the change in motion, and that's what it registers into whatever device, a phone or a computer or whatever device is there, and that's what
That
it's
was so
detecting, quote,
retarded.
unquote,
No, it
acceleration.
doesn't register. Hold on. Jason has it on the screen. It's stuff that moves around and it detects the movement. There's no disturbance. It's objects that are moving. It's not detecting some magical aether. You can put aether in your pipe and smoke it.
We'll get to some aether.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it measures the acceleration, but when it's in free fall, there's no way to measure that acceleration because how would you be able to put a scale underneath something that's at free fall? And
Need a scale. These objects don't need a scale underneath it.
Jason, you brilliantly exposed the most ridiculous, retarded cult movement right now. The Crow 777, or no, sorry, I meant Aleister Crowley teachings, the Anton LaVey shit that Dell's running around with. They're saying because you can't weigh something while it's falling, that Earth is rising. You can't put a weight on, you can't put a scale. I love the way you put that. If you put a bowling ball on a scale and you drop the scale on the bowling ball, they're saying because you're not measuring how much that bowling ball weighs anymore, Earth is rising. Do people understand how ridiculously stupid and how much of a false equivalency that is? And it's special pleading.
Special pleading for sure.
The definition of special pleading.
Absolutely.
The acceleration regardless. So like your position being a stationary flat earther, right? Your position is that it's stationary and things go down. So you believe that objects accelerate to the ground.
Yes.
Until they hit terminal velocity, or if they're in a vacuum, right?
Okay, but it goes from 0 to terminal velocity. That's an acceleration. So like if I have this water bottle and then I drop it, it's not going to hit terminal velocity before it reaches the ground because I'm not high enough.
Right.
Okay, so there is an acceleration according to your mind.
Yes.
Okay, so why does it not register that acceleration going down?
Because it's in free fall, and there's the entire frame.
That is special pleading, though. That is special pleading.
Yeah, what? That's what.
Yeah. Free fall is special pleading. That's what I'm saying. His whole argument is special pleading.
I'm saying, like, this is the only instance that you can come across where you're not getting the measurement. What you have to have is something outside of that reference frame measuring it. So you would need to have like a radar gun. Somebody standing on the side, pointing a radar gun at something that's falling, and that'll tell you what speed it's falling at. Right? It has to be outside of the reference frame in order to be measuring it because you can't put a scale under something that's falling and measure its weight.
It weighs anything when it's falling.
What?
The scale will not.
Special pleading. That's what you're doing. He just admitted that his whole entire, all their evidence and proof that Earth is rising is off special pleading, non-equivalent carnival trick.
Yeah, because you can't weigh something while it's falling.
That doesn't prove Earth is rising.
Register anything. An elephant and myself on a free fall, quote unquote free fall, will weigh equally 0.
Yeah, during free fall until it hits a stationary object, and then all of a sudden its mass is.
Yeah, then we splatter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the actual density and buoyancy is always there. It's just immeasurable in the free fall state from that same reference frame.
Buoyancy disappears when it's at free fall, just the same as weight. It doesn't exist at all during free fall. Okay, so what that means is that
that's not true. The terminal velocity, it says right in there, the buoyancy. So the feather falling through the air, the reason why it's not falling as fast as the bowling ball is because of the buoyancy that it's experiencing against the air. So the only situation where it's the same is in a vacuum chamber, and that again would be an extremely special pleading situation.
Yeah, that would be more extreme.
Yeah.
Actually, a result of the resistance to motion. So like this water bottle that I have, like there's nothing in here, but the water bottle that I have in here, because the water is connected, this water bottle is connected to my hand, and I am moving upward, and this water bottle is also moving upward, the water will remain level. It will sit at the bottom. So when I drop it, the ideal being that if I move this water bottle...
This is his proof for upward rising earth right here. This is what he came equipped with. No screen shares, just these words right here.
In any direction, it displaces the water and the air inside. Of course, the water bottle itself is made out of steel, so it's not going to displace, but the water bottle or the water and the air inside in any direction is going to be displaced. You cannot move this in any direction except down. When you drop it downwards, then this water is not displaced. Okay, and everybody can 100% agree that this water does not displace. It remains at the bottom and still do so all the way until it reaches the ground. Of course, when the water bottle hits the ground, it displaces. Something else is actually happening. So the question then becomes,
the true question is, I don't know if you're about to ask it, but I don't think you are. If the Earth were stationary, would the water still remain at the bottom of the glass as you dropped it, as it does with your supposed theory of it rising?
Mm-hmm.
What's the answer?
I'll say it again. I was looking ahead.
So he's pleading that when he drops the bottle, the water stays in the same levelness, right? It's basically what he's doing would do the exact same thing. His experiment, whether you're pushing it right or left or up or down or dropping it, the displacement takes place whether we're stationary or moving.
Yeah, he doesn't have an independent variable at all.
It's the same. The two, would an air bubble rise in the water if the Earth were fixed?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
It would still rise. Not.
Why is it doing that? Right? Now, the special pleading argument is true that you're already accepting the fact that it is special when it's going down, when it should not be when you are speaking about downward acceleration, because in any acceleration, there should be displacement. Your position is not correct, according to our perspective, because there should be some kind of a displacement when there is no displacement.
He's saying the water should fly to
and
the top of the bottle. Right? The water should fly to the top of the bottle when you drop it. That's what he's saying. And not only that, but when these guys drop things, the cork isn't hitting the bottom of the bottle. Right? Then everything that they do is attached to slinkies and, inside of boxes, and it's all special pleating carnival tricks.
Yeah, he's going to take it to free fall in a vacuum next. So this is the ultimate special plating.
Is not there because in reality, this water bottle sitting on this table is moving upwards with this table, with myself, with everybody. But when it is dropped from this table, it is merely decelerating. There's an appearance of falling to the ground. No different from, let's say, you and I are driving. You and I are driving in a car side by side, and then I remain at 100 miles an hour, but you are decreasing in speed, and then you go to 90 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour. And when I look at you, I look like I was like, oh, I thought we were both going 100 miles an hour. But in reality, I remain going at 100 miles an hour, but you have decreased in speed. This is what this is doing.
So he's saying that everything's moving up here, and that if all of a sudden Earth stopped, that the ball, the person, the feather, all these things would just fly up in the air.
It's retarded.
Fly up in the air.
I have no idea why that they take that. Why they've been told to argue that position for me is just really bad.
Yeah, there's some boring stuff here. I'll do a little bit of skimming. He was worse. His worst. Yeah, he talks about how lighter air rises, but that is a huge debunk of his whole concept here. So, in a pressurized pizza dome, this thing's supposed to be rising up. He's saying that the lighter air is going to be displaced, which means that all the helium, all the hydrogen, and all of Earth would be at the top of the dome. And unless if you got to the top of the dome, you wouldn't be able to access any helium or hydrogen, right?
Wow.
This water bottle is decreasing in motion, not acceleration. It's losing velocity. And
here, let's go ahead here a little bit.
The upward, constant motion of the Earth.
All right, so there's a huge variable here. Are you saying that this is all happening inside of a pressurized pizza dome?
Well, I can this is what I will say about the pressurized pizza dome, or whatever it might be. I believe that there must be a containment field of some kind. I cannot say it's like a dome or like a crystalline object or whatever. But the reason why I say that there must be some kind of a containment field is that there is well, it's just like the ocean is contained within like a pool, or like a water is contained in a pool, is a container. Air exists, and we experience a pressure gradient of the air. So I presume, and I don't know 100%, but I presume that there must be some kind of a containment in order to maintain that pressure gradient of the air.
So he just absolutely, ass clownery backwards debunked himself.
Yeah.
Right. So I know you're going to get into it, but you can't have a gradient of a pressure inside of a contained system. You can't. That's what we've been telling Nathan Oakley for like 5 years. Calling him, you dumbass. We brought the tire to him and showed him. Like, if you fill the tire up to one pressure, it's one pressure. You can't, you're not going to get 3 different valve stems on a tire. At different points of the tire, you're not going to get varying gradient pressures.
Yeah, he just expressed the debunk of
this whole theory
of Earth being a pressurized pizza dome because there would be one pressure in it.
And the other thing is, we just showed him, and he completely agreed that what has taken place with the sun, there's no way it's a physical representation of reality. But then he said, well, we have to live in a physical representation of reality. Do you see how dually minded these guys are and how easily they are to be absolutely exposed?
Absolutely.
But how could you have a pressure gradient if you had containment? Because as you probably know, have you ever had a tire have different pressures within it? Once you filled it to a certain pressure, it doesn't have gradients within it. It's 35 psi or.
Yeah. That's inside a tire, and I do understand what you're talking about. But we're talking about a very large surface, and then as the Earth is rising up, like, you're going to have the pressure gradient that we know that exists. We know that there's a pressure gradient that exists. So the question then being is that could it be that nothing is up there, right? And then all this air is just merely being pushed upwards, and then it's just a natural phenomenon for air to, because of the upward movement.
He lives inside of his water bottle, right? That's what he's saying. Or in the car when you have the helium balloon and the air sloshes around in the car. He thinks he's in a car spinning around the sun, flying through the universe.
Yeah, so he's presuming that containment is necessary to have a gradient. And so we didn't get to talk about it, but what he's requiring here is an aether. So he's got a pressurized pizza dome rising here, and he's shown us the buoyancy thing where the balloon moves forward in the vehicle like you just talked about. He's shown us the bubble move forward in a bottle. And so with an upward rising Earth here, he's saying that there's this pressure, right, as the dome's rising up, but it's a container. So what he has to have is a magical aether that is going like this. The aether has to go through the dome. It has to grab onto the air particles. It has to pull the air just the air particles, right? It doesn't pull down just the air particles. It pulls them down, and it displaces them and creates a pressure at the bottom and a gradient at the top.
At the top, there's no pressure, right?
No pressure.
That's an absolute irrational, unrealizable thought.
And he has to do it with a magical aether as well, because without a magical aether, if it's pulling and compressing this air down, you would actually feel wind coming down at you. You would feel a downward draft, and
we feel the wind as you were rising up.
Yeah,
people, you would feel the air blowing on us as we were rising up. We would be able to see the stars. Everything would be flowing down. I mean, it is such a jackass. Listen, if people don't see, like, do we need to show Dell's tattoos that he's got the cross of Satan on his left hand and the all-seeing eye, and he's got the order out of chaos in Latin written on his body, and he's the leader of this group? And Nachiketa just follows without trying to do any of the tests. He just instantaneously fell into line. Oh, this is the greatest truth. And then Nachiketa flies back here and moves in with row 777, which is the same. All these Satanists yoking up. How do people not see what's going on here? And then they got the Christian guy who says that the earth is fixed, but fixed like a roller coaster, constantly moving. Look at how he screen shared there. Look at how that's the quality of his stream.
Okay, yeah, there we are. All right, so we are into the home stretch here. Let's go ahead and start wrapping this thing out.
Like I said, I'm like, I just presume that there is some kind of a containment because, like where, how is the air be able to contain, Well, like, see, same as the ocean. One more thing, like when you look at the ocean, we say, okay.
So right away, he wants to do the containment argument, right?
Map now, ice walls and boundaries again. These guys and their ice walls and boundaries.
And so I do show him the upward rising thing, and I get him with a bit of a gotcha there. But let's go ahead and jump to this. So
being nice here. You could have this section here. You could have really, ladies and gentlemen, please watch that entire section on your own, because you'll see how he mumbled and fumbled, and he showed just the absolute. He didn't have any knowledge. He couldn't debate. None of these guys can debate any of this. They've gone around and talked to people that believe in the AE map model, and they feel like they're somehow superior because nobody has any understanding of how to actually model things.
So I asked Notch about his floating in space stuff here.
Well, yeah, like if we took the upward vector, like let's say the upward vector just completely stopped, right? Then if I were to try to imagine what would happen at that moment, like all objects which is actually on the ground that is not like bolted onto the ground, it's not connected to the ground, right? Like including loose rocks, loose gravel, everything that you can imagine would continuously go up and then it would appear as we're floating above the ground, but actually the ground had stopped rising. So yeah, everything would probably, because we are continuing with our momentum. There's still that momentum of, let's say, 100 miles or 1,000 miles an hour of that constant motion that is giving us that buoyancy, giving us that weight, and then all of a sudden Earth stopped moving upwards. It would stop, and then it appears as if we are floating up, but that is the continuation of the momentum, and then the ground is not meeting up with us. So that's what I imagine would happen, yes.
Yeah, so just the whole concept of requiring motion in order to have this downward vector force, right, holding things down, that if things weren't in motion, they would be in space. That's the kind of stuff that Glovers say. They say that things would just float around in space. And so when you're saying that if we stop moving upwards, everything would just float, I mean, that sounds like this weightless space thing. Am I wrong?
Well, first of all, I guess to me that would be a bit of a misrepresentation because I don't believe that we are spinning. And,
Pause it.
I mean,
ladies and gentlemen, just search Neil deGrasse Tyson. What would happen if the Earth stopped spinning? Just search it, please, please, please. Prove me right. Neil deGrasse Tyson gives the exact same answer, word for word, as Mike.
Yeah, I just
ridiculous.
I want everybody to see. Here's Mike in a previous hangout. Let's get his position here. I think this is hilarious.
The pressure, all of that water is because of the motion of the Earth that is causing the water to have weight. It's the motion that caused.
If the Earth wasn't moving, everything would be
floating around or something. Hit the ceiling or something. Like let's say just at this moment, Earth stopped moving upwards. Okay.
As if everything would just be floating around if everything stopped moving upwards. That's what that ass actually says.
Crazy.
Let's go ahead and jump here.
And again, I repeat, anybody in the Upward Rising Earth group, let's go. When do you want to have a debate? Set it up. William, Dell, any of you.
So I hit him with some simple logic here.
Tenable argument.
Well, I would not expect weightlessness without motion because we don't measure motion. The accelerometers aren't measuring any motion. The phones sitting on the ground aren't showing us in motion. And so I just expect each property of each element or whatever to be manifested where if it's got a certain amount of volume and a certain amount of weight and a certain amount of air resistance, it's going to fall based on that. That the creator didn't overthink this one and just made up and down. And it's pretty intuitive. It's pretty basic. I wouldn't expect to let go of this bowling ball and for it to just float away, right? It's heavy. I'm holding it. I expect it to fall down to the ground. Air bubble rising through water is going to tell you which direction is up. So spirit levels are always a great way to know which way is up. Plumb lines, all these types of things. The geometry is all there for a stationary fixed plane with things falling based on masses, based on wind resistance, all those types of things.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree. I just see that we're not going to go anywhere because you're coming back to the same point of the RDD argument, which is the...
So he takes it back.
RDD, I know that relative density. Blah, blah, blah.
Never even heard of that before.
And
this is common sense.
If the Earth were not rising, the bowling ball would still fall. And anybody that tells you differently is lying to you.
Yeah, and so then we wrap up the call after this. You know, we had to agree to not agree to disagree here.
You were nice. You know, you didn't go full on. You had more examples. You could have taken a lot longer. But unfortunately,
yeah. So
reviewing it.
Yeah, I thought it was a civil discussion. I could tell that he was an enemy. He was trying to come up with gotchas. But the whole time he had to accept. He had to concede. He had to.
Oh, I agree with you, right?
Yeah, I agree. Then he would be able to actually reiterate what I just said and how it was a debunk of things that he's promoted. And over and over and over, he just had to accept those things. So I thought it was a win. But after this, I found out what took place in his chat, and I'm absolutely disgusted by it. And I want to come out against this guy and the people that he support as hard as I possibly can. And I want to show people the type of filth that he supports in his group. And so we've gone through this. We've covered the timestamps here. But now what we want to do is just take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll go into what took place in the chat over at Nachiketa's channel, and this is going to be we're going to sort of wrap it up on this. We're going to hit these guys and expose these guys where they need to be exposed, but then this is sort of going to be it. We're not going to just keep doing a back and forth with them, because we're going to show what kind of filth this is, and we really just don't want to be associated with it at all. So,
super gross.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a quick break, and when we come back, let's get into the filth that Nachiketa supports. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Tonight, but not tonight. I never want to pick a fight.
And that was I Promise I Won't Call, performed by Tarnish. And trust us, QNFEE and Nachiketa, we won't be calling.
All right, so we have a special guest that's joined us. You want to introduce this person, Ronnie?
Yeah, it's YD. How you doing from the chat? The moderator with the most. If everybody doesn't know, she's also my mom. I guess people need to know my mom. She's been involved in the truth community for, a decade now with me. And she speaks for herself, does her own research and her own investigation. And she's involved in this.
Welcome, YD.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
You can maybe lean into the mic just a hair.
Well, I'm wearing headphones. That's my
okay.
mic. So you want me to?
You're good.
Up in my settings, hang on.
No, it's fine.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Where do we start?
Right.
Well, actually, the first thing I do want to say is that I thought that Jason, your decorum that you maintained throughout that entire live stream was amazing. You didn't mock him. You let him speak, and that's not easy to do when you're dealing with somebody who is literally mocking you. But you just you held your own. Your decorum was like on point. You said what you had to say. You answered his questions. You asked the questions. You let him speak. It's not very often, that we are offered the same type of a podcast, and definitely not from him. So, hats off to you for being so kind.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like I was saying, I wanted to take down as many of his points as I possibly could, and I knew that if I focused on any single one of them too hard, that he would have cracked and it would have turned into a dumpster fire, right?
Yeah. Like over in his chat.
That's where we are now. If you can see the screen share, he's got it up on the screen here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but I do have a bit of a tickle, so if I sound a little funny, it's just my voice is off.
Yeah. Yeah. So you decided to go into the chat over there. And you want to tell us your experience?
Well, I went over there just to see if people were engaged in listening to what Nachiketa had to say, as well as what you had to say. Because usually other people's chats, they're not really interested. And I thought, okay, this is your guy, right? He's got a huge platform now, and he's going to be able to speak about his upward rising Earth. And I thought, oh, let's go see how they're reacting to everything. And all I saw was filth. Like literal, disgusting filth. Nobody was even talking about Nachiketa, upward rising Earth. The chat was just, it was everything but focusing on the content. The reason that over 3 hours was spent giving somebody an opportunity that so desperately wants everybody to believe his theory, nobody in his own chat seemed to care less.
No, yeah, they were not engaged. All they wanted to do is come up with zingers like, ooh, asteroids, ooh, Pac-Man, that kind of crap.
Well, and just mock you and Ron, and it gets old and it gets really tired, and I think I'm assuming these are adults, and I don't get it. And I find, Notch to be super hypocritical, because I have been in his chat many times on various podcasts, and I'm always respectful. I might have a differing opinion, but I don't swear, I don't curse, I don't accuse people of, certain sexual preferences. I might disagree with a point, or, I might talk about virtual reality, and I'll get banned. Either his mods ban me, or he's banning me, or he'll call me out and say, well, if you don't like what I'm saying, it's my chat, I'll do whatever I want, you can get out. This is how I'm treated over there. And then he lets people come on his live streams and they are crude and rude, vulgar. They say words that, I don't even use. And they're allowed to talk about you and Ron and other people using this foul, disgusting language live and in the chat. And he's okay with that. But Ron or Jason comes into the chat, says one thing, and he bans you or he won't let you come on. Like there's such a hypocrisy going on here that makes me crazy. It's just like, what is wrong? Like, what are you afraid of? Why do you do this? And why would you ban me? And if his mods banned me, he should have, he controls his mods. He should recognize that I was having a conversation just like everybody else, except maybe at a higher level. I wasn't in the filth. I was talking about the topic. And he does nothing. It's like Jake and Q. They do the same thing. You and Ron or I cannot go into any of their live streams and chat. So what are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? Why can't we have a voice in their chat? I just, the only thing I can think of is they don't want you or Ron especially to speak because you're going to debunk him in his own chat and he's not going to have that, whether it's Jake or Q. And again, it's more hypocrisy and it's everything but the truth. Everything but the truth. So when I went in there and I saw some of the things they were saying, I really honestly did not expect to get targeted the way I did. Because if people want to go look at that chat, I did nothing to provoke this kind of vulgar language from Q. Absolutely nothing to provoke that. Not that I think anything should provoke a man to speak to me or any woman in that way, but I didn't do anything to provoke that kind of behavior. And they all thought it was a big joke and they just let it go on. It just really, it saddened me. It really did. And I did send Notch, I call him Notch. I did send him a comment and told him how disappointed I was and that I could care less what, Q has to say. However, I don't understand why Notch would allow that kind of filth in. This is his house, his platform. Why are you allowing this kind of filth in your own home? Like, is this how you speak to your mother? Is this how you speak to your sister? Or I don't know. None of them seem to have girlfriends. They seem to be women haters. And that, that's just an opinion. But men who speak like that or allow people in their houses to speak like that have no respect for women. So I was really disappointed with him. And I said that. I like to believe the best in people. And I thought that, this would have been a good opportunity to have some, opposition with, common respect. We could agree to disagree, which you did, Jason. And I'll say our chat did. And not just in Chiquita's chat on Wednesday, but anytime I have ever seen any of our team members or regulars in anybody else's chat, have I ever seen them behave the way the people do in Nachiketa's chats or Q's chats or Jake's chats? So clearly, there are people who know how to behave, but it's not their group. It's our group. And they seem to thrive on what's gross and disgusting and everything to distract from the truth. They don't want to hear.
Well, it seems like there's a bunch of females. If you look in the chat that you got on the screen, level-headed Natalie is probably William. Level-headed William, the guy that we have the card for tonight, he's LARPing as his girlfriend using her account, right? Why would she be there but not Will, the guy that's the leading upward rising earther, right? Christy Lee Dolls, another. Who are these? My Cherry Anolani, and you can feel the disgusting energy that comes from these characters. I don't know if any of them are real or women.
You know, I don't think so, because why would a woman, after seeing the things that Q was saying to me and that it was allowed to stay, why would a woman moderator allow that?
Says it right on the screen. YD, when was the last time you had a in your mouth? All you said was that Q wasn't capable of comprehending the conversation because he has the lack of intelligence. And it's true. That's true.
Yeah, but I wasn't rude.
Because Jason was in the hangout and you were doing a great job explaining our theory, right? And debunking all his lies. And all he can do is call you a whore. Well, he said he was going to start to call you a whore, right? He didn't actually.
That was a threat. He said, if you don't stop it. But I mean, he'd already said worse before that. Calling me a whore is probably the least offensive thing he could have called me, other than everything else he called me.
Well,
and honestly, like, my feelings aren't hurt. I have thick skin. I've been doing this for a very long time. And people like Q, they don't hurt my feelings. They disgust me.
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these comments that Q and Fee. Now, notice that Q and Fee is a moderator in the chat here, right?
Yeah, so it highlights my name, highlights Yahweh's daughter.
Mm-hmm. And so Q and Fee said, "Don't talk to me, please. Otherwise, I'm going to call you whore, Okie." And let's move along here. So this was around an hour in, and then all of a sudden he starts to. Oh, that went too far. Then he says, Yahweh's daughter, when was the last time you had a dick in your mouth?
Like, who would say something like that? What kind of
I
an
was
asshole?
shocked. Like,
who would say something like that?
I know he's vulgar, but that actually shocked me. And I'm not a prude, but that shocked me. I've never had anybody speak to me that way ever in my entire life.
Yeah, he's an internet tough guy, right? Because if he said that, he would not say that to you in front of our faces. And
if he said it to my face, and I'm a woman and I'm not big, he'd know that he just said the wrong thing to the wrong person.
Clearly, he's not with his wife anymore. So
then
you see why.
Then he comes off.
Well, wait, I think, and this is just a point I want to make, I think he's mentally unwell. To be honest with you, given these and it's not an excuse.
Yeah, something's not right with him. You're right.
And all these videos that he makes about you and Jason, and the disgusting projections that he puts out there, he's so focused on male body parts and like other people's relationships that he doesn't even really talk about flat Earth and what's going on. He gets his kicks out of that, and to me, when you do that, it means you've got a mental problem, or he's a drinker or something.
He's a pothead. It's a literal. You're describing what a gang stalker is.
Oh, he gang stalked me.
Somebody that stalks, right? But they don't do it in like a loving way. They do it in like a traumatizing, trying to create victims, right? But continue, Jason. We're still going to go through this here. We got to get going through the chat.
Yeah. So Q
LBDQ, like LGBTQ, because I like pink. I wear a pink shirt. Yeah, I sometimes wear pink. It doesn't mean I'm gay.
I was in Texas and said, get that shirt. I love pink on a guy. I think Jason has a salmon colored shirt. I said, get that shirt, Jason. I love that color on a guy.
Yeah, I'm not even offended if somebody wants to make an accusation against me. That's their projection.
Yeah,
say whatever you want, right? I don't really. I don't care. Continue, please.
Yeah, I'm just going through here, scanning for comments from QNF here. Here he says, Yahweh's daughter, you're like 75 years old with hang tits. Please give them some water.
What?
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, nobody can understand anything that he says, even in his own videos. They're not legible.
He calls the equator Ecuador. So I have to ask him, are you talking about the country or the equator? Because you're saying Ecuador.
He should do the videos in his own language, and then people could just use the closed captions. It would be a lot easier for us to understand what he's trying to say.
But I don't even know what that comment means. Like, is he referring to like an animal that's feeding? I don't know. I didn't even see that.
Look at this one. No shops never disappear bottoms up. You cannot resolve it. You cannot bring something back that has disappeared. So now he's agreeing with you. That's great.
It's just gibberish.
Morp map, not possible. And he wants us to triangulate things when we've been saying that you can't. So you're trying to straw man us again and again and again.
Always. And that's why he resorts to these ridiculous videos that he makes with the cartoon characters and making, projecting and doing all the things he does, because he doesn't have anything else to bring to the table. So typically when somebody doesn't have enough intellect or intelligence to put forward something that actually works and can walk you through it and use all the tools, then they will resort to something else as a distraction. So for Q, putting those kind of videos out about you guys is a way of distracting from the fact that he can't actually debunk anything.
It's true.
No, this is some crazy stuff. So he says he never claimed a 3,000-mile sun. That's what the model demands. So we've shown it over and over and over how at 45 degrees north and 45 degrees south on the equinox, the sun is at 45 degrees in the sky, and that triangulates to 3,000 miles high, so you can't say it's not. If you're going to go with a single pole and a circling sun, which he says he debunks, but he still sticks with a single pole model, it's just by default it has to be 3,000 miles up. It's one of the big debunks. But to show that how weird this is, he comes along here and he says, Rose 777, no, you ignored me all those years, and while you was sucking assholes at Jaren's channel, I pointed out the errors, right?
Wow.
It's not just you, Mom. He was talking like this, and it's not just the two of you. There's other women in here. And again, I know Rose is a woman, right? But I don't know about any of these other characters, but he continues to go after all of them.
But it's always got to be a sexual connotation, which I don't understand. Call us dumb, call us stupid, call us a dumb girl, but why does it have to be sexual?
So now this Angela chick's telling him, hey, what are you saying? You have a lot of nerve, right? And then he's going back. Look at this. Look at what he's saying. It's
no place for pussies here. Be a man or get lost if you can't handle it. So he's a woman hater.
There's more women in the chat than men here, supposedly.
Well, you can't tell.
But he's out here saying, all you pussies, get out of here. What is going on here in this guy's chat? What is this? This garbage.
Yeah, and so he thinks he has a gotcha when I referred to the mean sun being the center of the sun, which it's not a gotcha. I know exactly the difference between the mean and apparent sun that he's been pushing all along, but I also know that all the tools that people use, when the tool itself refers to a mean sun, it's referring to the center of the sun.
Show it. Pull up Stellarium, please.
All right.
Show it. Because I'm tired of listening to him. Clip it out, Q. Come on, we're calling you. I know you're watching. Are you paying attention?
He asked that question over and over and over.
No, we're not to that part. The melting snow. This is about, Jason said when we're talking about the mean sun, that it was talking to the center position of the sun when crossing the horizon so we could set our clocks correctly. Jason's showing him. I don't know if it's okay. It's not truncated. It's good. It's on there. So if you look on the left where Jason has all the data, you'll have to zoom in on it. Anybody that's tuning in.
Well, yeah, I can't zoom it because it's Stellarium. But it says over here, load Stellarium yourself. It says mean sidereal time and apparent sidereal time. They vary by just a little bit. And so what they do is they try to misrepresent mean and apparent all the time. And so what these programs do is they talk about, all right, so the sun's going down right here. Are you going to say that the sun set right here? Well, part of the sun is gone below the horizon, but not the whole sun. So when do you say the sun has set? Do you say it's set right here? Yeah, it's fully gone. But what all these tools do is they measure to the middle of the sun here. And I can show that from the Andrew Marsh as well. If we bring this back around like this and zoom in here, you can see that this blue line here projects right through the center of the sun right here. So when it's giving all these measurements, what these tools are calling the mean sun is the measurement to the center of the sun. And there is no apparent sun. So his whole argument is that there's an apparent and a mean sun, and that that one of them, the real one, has a different speed to it. He says that the sun has different speeds to it because
multiple suns.
Yeah, because well, the heliocentric model requires an elliptical orbit, so he has to straw man. He has to fight for this varying speed, and so he uses this whole mean and apparent as some sort of an argument, when we always say that there's just one sun and that we're measuring to the center of it. It's that simple.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, you know, there was one time in Notch's a different podcast he was doing, and I asked Q in the podcast, because he was in Notch's chat, if he believed in upward rising Earth.
Well,
and his response was, well, I try to stay neutral.
Yeah.
So I responded back and I said, so basically you don't stand on anything. No truth. You just go with the flow. You really don't have a position if you're staying neutral. That means you aren't even confident with what you believe. You'll just stay neutral and go with whatever every channel does that you kind of like.
You skipped the part where he said they just go and get their penis pumps.
Yep. No, I was just waiting.
And there's more to get to with Q. Not only that, but he says he doesn't even believe the Earth is flat. He doesn't. This is what a gang stalker does. A gang stalker won't take any position, and then they'll just go around and act like they're able to punch holes in anybody that actually does take a position and look for actual evidence and truth. That's all he does. Nobody can understand him. Nobody understands anything of what he's saying.
Jake the asshole seems to understand him very well.
Yeah, I don't know.
They have a multiple understanding, those two. I don't know.
And Q's big thing is he hates Christians. So somebody mentions sovereign soul, and all of a sudden, boom! Oh, he believes in talking donkeys. So he takes any stab that he can.
Antichrist. I already said that. This whole crew, all of them, you can draw a line through it. They're all Antichrist.
Well, and I'm glad that you clarified, Ron, tonight, because when we say, you know, you believe in Satan, we don't mean blood-sucking devil horns. We mean adversary. So if you don't believe in the Father and the Creator, then you are his adversary, which is what you're saying when you say they're Satanists.
Yeah,
they want to take it to something different, like, oh, call me a Satanist. He is a Satanist because he is an adversary.
So it's, yes, Satan means, you know, adversary, but no, they don't. It's not that they don't just say that I don't believe in the Bible or whatever. No, they hate. They are literal anti-Christs.
No,
They pride themselves on hating, right? Which shows that they do believe that it's real.
So
yeah, otherwise why would you get worked up about it?
He's absolutely shilling for the single pole pressurized pizza dome. Here he says the South Pole is everywhere south, according to the compasses, liars. And I just want this asshole to show us a single pole compass. And
I'd love to see that myself.
Yeah.
Especially when you guys, I ask for help when I'm going outside and I want to look at something and I'm using the compass. Well, it doesn't have just one
single pole. But see, Ronnie's in there telling him it's a point. And there is another video for dummies coming up that is going to be on magnetic declination, and it's going to be all about this, and it's a retardation for these Southern Pole people to not deny the South Pole. It's just a retardation.
But who's this person saying he's got legit reasons to go after these guys? Sometimes has to do the good job as Q and Fee does. What?
So there.
Like, who is that person? I don't know that person. I go on a lot of different channels. Never seen that person.
Go back.
Which one?
You're missing a lot. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, QNF. So what he's trying to say here, your map is stretched. He's saying I debunked it, and we've shown how many times. I'm not going to swear. How many times has Jason now explained that it's only accurate to the local position that it is set to? There it is. I stretched your map. So he tries to. Jason literally in the coordinate video says that anybody who tries to do this is actually strawmanning and misrepresenting the map. And literally, he is still doing. I don't think he's intelligent enough to even understand what you were saying in the video.
Well,
he doesn't
that's
get
why
it.
he does what he does, because he doesn't get it. So
You could see me responding to him, but not to him.
he diverts now to attacking people, body parts or sexual preferences or whatever, because he cannot conceptualize what he's being shown. He can't even use half these tools, let alone understand what he's being shown. That's why I told him, like, I think you're stupid. You're stupid.
Yeah, he says everything that everything they do, they got stolen from me.
But he's saying everything we do is a lie.
But look
Right.
at right there.
Right,
It
whatever.
says he taught you guys longitude and latitude.
Yeah,
Really?
right. No,
Oh,
what
okay.
he did was take the coordinate system and then say it proves the AE map when it actually debunks it, because everywhere south is a point. He stretches it out all the way around the circle. It actually comes to a single point. But continue, please.
That's it. Jason Liar, there is looping north to south. You claimed it, all documented on my channel. What a liar.
So again, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that this is when all we had was the one view, the one projection of the coordinate system. We theorized a possible north to south transit, but we understand now that the North Pole and South Pole are separated by 10,800 nautical miles, and we're saying that no, that theory we've already been able to debunk. But he wants to hold on to it because we said that like 7 years ago.
Yeah,
Right.
he in the last stream we did where we weren't going to do any more about him. I went on and told everybody, don't go, there's more to read on the page. I said that all he's going to be able to do is take something that we said when we were learning wasn't fully correct. We were on the right path, and he just continues to just point at that one thing. And that's the sign of a coward, someone who's trying to misrepresent an argument. And I'm shocked we're even giving him this much time. What does he say at the bottom here?
Well, I think the thing
You
that-
should have watched all my vids. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think what's really important is what you just said. So yes, 7 years ago, you guys were learning. I know that, you met at different times, and when you did, you had different, topics of the way you looked at everything. And so through research and experiments, you were able to grow and learn and change. And you're the first ones to say, we made a mistake here, and here, this is the video where we're correcting it. If we have made a mistake, and you can show us we've made a mistake, please let us know, because we want to share the truth. And we're not perfect. So if he thinks that by going back 7 years and saying, oh, look, these dummies, and then he, again, it's just another stupid straw man attempt, because nobody has ever on your channel or Jason's ever said you know everything or have ever been wrong or have ever had to change.
Are you gonna scroll
it.
past that bottom comment, Jason? Because I gotta respond to it. No, are you just gonna
That's all I want to say, because I think it's important people understand that we do accept correction.
Just
if
hit
it's
back
there.
left. It's at the top. Absolutely, I agree with you. So up there, yeah. So if you Q and Dummy, if you're listening to me right now, if you can rebuttal, I can rebuttal all of their stuff if you want. Why aren't you on our stream? Why don't you show up live? Show the world. No, you do it inside of a controlled chat where you have a wrench and you go around mocking and shaming women while doing it. You can't come on and rebuttal us. All you can do is misrepresent and clown shoe lie. Because if you were able to do it, you would be here live in front of everybody getting the big credit, right? You and cowards like Tim Osman.
But he'd
People
also
that-
let you be in his chat. when he's
Yeah,
calling you
do a
out
stream
on
and invite
something.
us on. Do a stream, Q, and invite us on. And if you don't, then shut up. You don't have
But
anything.
Ron, you
can't
don't even
rebuttal.
have to. You don't even have to be on there live. Why is he blocking you from being in the chat? So when he
Exactly.
says something that you know to be false, he won't let you debunk it in the chat. You don't
No,
even
he'll
have to go
block
on
me.
live.
He's not
blocks
blocked here.
That's what I said. We don't block
Mm-hmm.
him. I've never blocked him unless he's been rude, crude, or vulgar. But if he has an opposing position, or he says that the sun does this and it loops, or it circles and there's 10 of them, I don't ban him because that's his perception of the realm. But I do. He's not allowed to stay in our chat when he swears and gets all gross. He's not banned, nor is Jake. But
Lots of gold here.
You and Jason or I cannot go in either of their chats and politely debunk anything. And that's a big tell.
Michael A.
That's a coward.
Michael A. is pointing out, screen's pretty small. Yeah, you can thank Nacho for that. He didn't want to do any effort to make this a better presentation for his channel.
Didn't care.
No, he didn't.
But there's more important stuff on the screen. Oh, hold on.
Go on.
So one person's laughing, looks like a spark plug. The other person, what a moron, Q says. Right? I will do a video with Jason's pushes in this stream. Keep on going, Nachiketa. He digs a deeper hole. What? Jason was literally explaining and lifting everybody up that was tuned in, that had any intelligence, that was paying attention to what was being taught here. What Q and Dummy doesn't want you to know is that Jason was debunking the actual globe Earth. Q and Fee has always been a globe Earther. Newsflash, he's a gang stalker that was set out to try to stop people from following the path of the truth. And he's an antichrist character who hates the Bible, hates the scriptures, and vehemently hates Jason and I because we are of the scriptures. That's what we do, right? And on the screen here, Jason is literally using the coordinate system to show the actual three-dimensional space. I had my arms, let's go 3D, because I was ahead of Jason. I was shocked. Jason apparently wasn't reading the chat, but he went there right away. And this is debunking the globe. But here they're just mocking you. Looks like a spark. What a moron. I'm going to, Jason, go ahead, Nachiketa. Keep going. No, what Nachiketa did was dug a deeper hole for himself.
Yeah, so we don't think that we live on a bicone.
Dumb.
But anybody that believes that they're on a spinning ball is actually on a spinning bicone.
But that's because they don't pay attention to the content that's being presented. They're too busy in the chat calling people names and making jokes that they actually don't hear the words you're saying. And then he tries to twist it. Like that video that he just did where he took and edited your own words, Ronnie's words, edited it into the most disgusting to make it look like you guys were actually saying these things. Because you can't focus on this.
Just hit left, right.
And he's
use the slide bar.
And he's got fools in there with wrenches. Where is Antarctica on the cone model?
They want to see it all around the outside? Like an ice wall? Is that what they want? Like, nobody is even paying attention in here. They don't.
Well, they're not even talking about his upward rising Earth, and this was supposed to be his chance to talk about it. And nobody in his own chat asked a single question about it.
Now, here we've got butt plug jokes. What straight man talks this much about penises, penis pumps? I've never said anything. Who even uses? Do men actually use penis? But what is that? What is
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
I'm at a loss for words. I've never
and
seen
I'm
anyone.
not 75. So
What
I'm
does
not
what
that
does
old.
Q? How does he know what that stuff is? I'm confused. Like, do you have to have surgery? Like, are there people out there that got like sneaker pumps? Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know.
But
he knows, but I think if you look it up, you'll find it's probably pretty disgusting.
Yeah. What a moron, he said, Jason, what you're doing on the screen, huh?
Yeah. Virtual Reality Witnesses says, why was Jason's presentation so small on Notch's channel? Because Notch is a moron, and I wanted him to get together earlier so that he could figure out how to present it correctly. but he puts no effort into his presentations whatsoever.
He didn't have anything prepared.
He just needed to know how to change the orientation of the view options. I was trying to help him, but I can only do so much. And this is like the three-dimensional... go ahead.
Yeah,
He made a fool of himself multiple times because he wasn't prepared. He didn't know anything about what your map and model says. He doesn't understand virtual reality because he's never watched it. So then Jason would say something and he'd be like, oh. Yeah. So if you're going to come on and try to debate your model, your theory against somebody else's, wouldn't you want to know what do these guys promote? Wouldn't you want to be prepared with your own presentation to promote what you believe?
Absolutely.
No, he didn't do that.
Nope. Look at Zane. You've got one probably intelligent person. I know you probably skipped over it, Jason. Please, this is one of the most important things. This is one of the most important things that I want everyone that's tuning in here. If you're still with us, thank you so much. Puff Duffy or Will Duffy just made a video before all this happened. They were trying to get out ahead of it, mocking the whole supposed, and again, they're taking the poor old Pac-Man things. This guy says, makes me think there's maybe something to it. So if you've got Will Duffy doing everything that he can to try to discredit what Jason's teaching, why do you think that is on the other side of the screen? And I don't need you to put an answer in the chat. I want you to think about that.
And denying that there's a third model. Everything, it has to be a false dichotomy in his opinion. Absolutely. Has to be.
Absolutely. This would be the best globe debunk, LOL.
Yeah, it is, but he's not going to use it. We can be sure of that.
No, I think he was trying to mock you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the whole thing was pathetic, honestly. And there were times when I did not agree with what Nachiketa was doing, but I always stayed civil. After seeing this, I see that he's a pig, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
stop, Jason.
If you allow people in your chat to talk like this, to behave this way, and you're okay with it,
exactly. It's gross.
You don't care about the truth. Yeah, you just care about attention. That's it.
If you allow that to go on, you condone it. You're actually a culprit.
You like it. You like it. He likes it.
Yeah.
He obviously likes it.
QNF says Jason's map uses the same coordinates and distances, and his map is based on that. What an absolute dumbass. Jason just put out the video showing that we only had the one per, how many times do we have to say this? No, see, this is where you start to understand that QNF has lost the argument. He's done. The only thing he can do is point to his gotchas that Jason's already gone way past. Our map needs to be centered on each location specifically. And this entire chat, people were being so distracted by this in the chat. None of these people in the chat cared at all about the presentation. Now, there was a lot of people that tuned in that aren't in this chat. The majority. And I'll guarantee you, Jason, I'll put money down on it that the majority of those people really were uplifted by what you did. And that's why I think
I hope so.
And that's why I was kind and polite in the chat. I did call Q out and stopped talking to him earlier. I said, you're a disgusting, perverted psychopath gang stalker. I'm done with you. You want to meet me live? Let's go. Other than that, I'm not. We'll get to that when we're done here. But all the people in the chat and all of his comment sections, all of that is designed to try to sway the fence sitter who might think, yeah, I wonder what Awake Souls is saying. And then they see this stuff, and this is the only defense that these demonically possessed people can do. That's it. That's all they have.
Yeah, look at this. We've got people like this call for zero. Upward rising bicone doesn't seem to work. This is a debunk of the globe. We're not saying...
Yeah, but because they didn't listen.
Yeah.
They didn't listen.
They were pretending that... Yeah, we got somebody that's tuned in here, Sam Cohoon. That's great. I see you in the chat, Sam. We saw your derogatory comments. They're all on the screen here. We've documented it. Go up. He was just talking to me right there. Scroll up a little bit.
There.
Yeah, scroll up, Jason. You're just a little bit up. Sam, RJ Shine. Oh, where did it go? you navigate because of the pole. Like, you don't even make sense, Sam.
And,
You-
and
you're
all
not-
caps. Jason, I'm going to make a video about your lies. Great.
Is
Have at
that
it.
Q?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All caps.
Oh no, I mean, is Sam Q too?
Oh,
on a
yeah.
backup account.
Probably
I
not.
How
don't know.
dumb and yeah, I have no idea what you're trying to say here, Sam.
Well, the pole, you navigate because of the pole. So the North Pole is marked by Polaris. The South Pole doesn't have a star at the center of it, but Sigma Octans is the one that wraps right around that empty spot in the sky, and it's very close to the center. So the poles are defined by the polar rotation. The way to know if you're at the North Pole is Polaris is 90 degrees overhead. The way to know you're at the South Pole is to have Sigma Octantis 90 degrees overhead.
Did you understand that, Sam? Let me say it again really slow. Okay?
Well, he's in the chat.
Hang on. I know.
Alonso.
I'm going to say it to him really slow. Sam, the sky has an equator. And guess what? It matches the earthly equator perfectly. Guess what? There's two poles in the sky, Sam. Two poles. One, right, in the north and one in the south. And when you are directly under those spots, you are on the earthly poles, on the flat plane. Sam, does that make sense to you? Do you understand that when you're directly below Polaris and it's 90 degrees above you, and when you're directly below the Sigma Octantis region of the sky in the south, and you measure up in the sky 90 degrees, you are standing on the flat Earth poles. Okay? It's not, when you're in the south and you look up, you don't see Sigma Octans 60,000 miles around. It's a single point.
And let's point out that there is a north magnetic pole and a south magnetic pole, and they're not at the polar rotations either.
Yeah, that's right. The magnetics are totally different as well.
Yeah.
And here we got Q with it. Thanks for the great content, Jason. I'll do a video with your lies, clown. I mean, why didn't he capitalize the word clown? I mean, he can't even type, this guy. It's ridiculous.
But here he's going to go into his crazy...
Here we go. Yeah, the snow melt. Show me the snow melting. I mean, again, we didn't ever said that there's a physical sun traveling above the tropics and the equator, and we're not saying the sun. How come it gets colder when you go up in altitude? Or you're going towards the sun, Q. Why doesn't it get hotter?
Yeah, it says the clown that says that he was the first to film clouds behind the sun, and he filmed the planes flying through the sun and all these types of things. So how come the sun didn't melt the clouds and melt the plane, you dumbass?
Yeah, it's really ridiculous the way that he tries to do that.
Because he doesn't think. And that's the question he just kept asking over and over, and nobody would answer him.
Yeah, he said it's retarded, though. RJ Shine, do we see melting spots in the snow in the winter if the sun sets into the ground?
Sam is saying no, the star is virtual. What do you mean the star in virtual? What do you mean? We're the ones who say that we're in a virtual reality. And it's not a torus field. That's like Ken Wheeler nonsense Satanism, right? Where you put a magnet on top of a TV screen and you think that that's reality?
Well, that's also Blob Nodell stuff, the torus field.
That's where it comes from. Or
But
which it doesn't get.
Do you see this comment from Call 40? If you're in Australia with a rising Earth bicone, wouldn't you fall up?
I mean,
there's the height of intelligence in that chat right there.
Yeah, they're mocking it like Jason was presenting it like that's our reality. Jason emphatically stated that this is what the Earth would be three-dimensionally projected from the coordinate systems. It's not a sphere, is what you were showing. It debunks the sphere.
Mm-hmm. But they're for the sphere, these assholes.
Here, do we see melting spots in the snow in the winter if the sun sets into the ground? I mean, how ridiculous is that?
RJ, your model is
can I answer him?
holing to die again this week.
Yeah, he was going to kill it. Yeah, you really did a horrible job at killing it too, Q. Representing it from 8 years ago. Q, if I was to go to the spot, listen, I want QNF, you dummy, you dumb ass. I'm going to say this even slower than I said it to Sam. If I was to go to the position where I saw the sunset, the sun would move the same distance that it set from away from me. How many times have I said this? You can't get to the end of a rainbow. It's equidistant to the observer. Even Nachiketa understood that. that the person in the plane that we see driving through the sun, dragging the sunlight into the sky, those people don't see themselves riding upon the face of the sun. Did you guys understand that? Can I get a response from YD? Did you understand what I just said?
Yeah.
Please explain it. Explain it back to me. What would happen if you went to the spot where you saw the sun go down?
What do you mean? What would happen?
Would you find a hot hole there from the sun? And
I spent my entire life on the water watching the sun set, and I can go to the edge of that lake and there's nothing there. The water's not hot. I haven't fallen off the edge. The sun has gone below the horizon. It's pretty simple. It's basic. So it's like when you're someplace and you're skiing, and as you're skiing, the sun starts to set. Well, the hills don't start to melt because the sun's come down.
Yeah, I want to respond to Sam here. He says if you have two poles, you have to have a torus field. You're talking about magnetic poles right now. Magnetic. And the magnetic poles are not at the polar poles. And there are two of them, which is a debunk of the single pole model. So if you're going to acknowledge there being two poles and you're going to try to make it a magnet, tell us where the magnetic poles are, and you're going to end up debunking a single pole azimuthal Earth, because all of a sudden you've got two poles, and the azimuthal equidistant Earth can't have two poles.
Yeah,
right, so
QNF's been saying that the South Pole is everywhere. In this chat, we just went over it, Sam. He said that the South Pole is everywhere, you dummy. Look at a compass, he said.
Yeah.
Here we go, QNF. Ronnie J, RJ, your model is, yeah, you said that. Hoing to die. He's not done yet, I don't think. Oh, he's not a single polar. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, melting spots again. There's nothing wrong with us, Sam. You're the one that has some serious mental issues.
You think you live in a torus field, bro? Come on. There's no representation of that.
A donut. A flying donut, probably. Rising up.
Rising, yep, probably.
He's saying how his daughter, do we see? Yeah, he kept asking me that over and over and over.
Because
melting spots.
Like, he's like a 5-year-old. Oh, show me where the sun sets into the ground and melts the earth up. I mean, again.
Now it's a hot dildo.
What straight man says shit like that? Pardon my language.
Ron, I don't know.
I don't mean to swear. What straight man says that? What straight man says that?
Not only not straight, but like with any kind of respect.
It's like, crazy. What's this next one? You're in need of a male part? I guess who's he talking to now?
I don't know. More melting spots. He's answer me, damn it. He's losing it.
And I wouldn't give it to him. I wouldn't give it to him.
It's crazy.
Nobody will give it to him. He's
again.
filth.
Right down again.
Him and Realm Walker.
Probably he just had it on copy and paste because he just keeps asking.
Oh,
me.
Here we go. Now he's talking about his 21 centimeters.
Yeah, wait until you see my 21 centimeters.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Who talks like that?
Him and Jaren? He's in the wrong chat. You need to go and talk with Jaren about this stuff.
Him, Jaren, and Jake, they do it. I don't hear much talking like that, but he is allowing it.
Yeah, you're guilty by association. This is what they enjoy. He's allowed QNF to do this, and QNF was super racist to that other guy. Right? I don't give a shit what color your melanin is. I care about the content of your heart. QNF is a disgusting antichrist woman hater.
Yep. So here's.
They keep saying celestials. Go ahead, Jay.
More melting spots.
They keep listening to this Mandacat. Who are all these women? Look. RJ Shine.
Well, wait. This guy is saying that Jason's not even listening to Nachikita, that you're super robotic. That's not true at all. You listened to every single word he said and responded to every single word he said.
Yeah, you did. But hang on. I want to point out this Mandacat. RJ Shine, I'm not against the Celestials. Again, all they do is say, I'm not Celestials. They just use that word. They have no understanding of what's taking place with the two poles, right? And how there's the Southern Crux, the cross that rotates clockwise, and in the north, they have the Big Dipper that goes counterclockwise. I do not believe they follow the same physics and laws as we do. I'm just looking for proof, not visual interpretations. So they want to know what we're teaching, but where are they? We're literally, we've been, go ahead.
You can see that QNC finally answered, because I wouldn't answer it. He says, so is your claim it W sets into the ground?
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't answer you, so why are you thanking me? I didn't give you a response. So he tries to respond for me.
And Jason's got on the screen here some of the best virtual reality proofs that we can all witness with our own bare eyes. This isn't something that...
And I was going to say, you can see it with the naked eye, but then I thought, oh, I don't even want to use that word.
Yeah, 21 centimeters, right?
You know, I didn't know what he'd come back with, but honestly, I would say to somebody, go outside and with your naked eye, look up at the sun, look up at the moon, look at the clouds interacting with the sun and the moon. You can do it with your own eyes. It's that simple.
And they hate us so much. All right. The only thing they can do is make up this nonsense butt plug and pumps and.
Well, I'll never ever give him another opportunity to speak to me that way again, because I'll never be in a chat that he's in ever. And not because he's hurt my feelings, but because I will not give him the satisfaction of speaking to me or watching him speak to other women, if there are women in there like that.
This call for zero is one of the dumbest shills ever. I don't see Bicone outside of video game theory. This was a debunk of the globe.
Dumbasses. Look what Q's saying here. Dip pulled these at my channel 2017. Video is called Sun Up, Sun's Down. So he doesn't have any videos of the sun rising from below the clouds on his channel. Hang on, Jay. I don't want to make sure we're missing anything. He would never leave his house. He would only film from outside of his kitchen window. And he did get great footage from there. He went to the beach once and filmed some windmills being truncated from the bottom up, right? But he doesn't know how to explain that. But he never left his house, so he doesn't have any videos from the sky. He doesn't. None.
See where I got him? QNC, are you able to follow?
No, he's not, though.
And that's the worst. That's the worst. I speak to this guy, and look at what he says to me.
Yeah, he comes here. How's daughter? Stupid moron. I showed this 8 years ago, you moronic, lonely bitch.
Wow.
This is the way...
You don't even know me.
Does Jason have a personal view of what Antarctica is? Besides video game theory, just asking to build a base of understanding. It's a continent. It's a continent that is south of 60 degrees south latitude. There you go.
There's your answer. I answered for you, too. You'll see mine coming up.
Frozen landmass, absolutely.
Can it be any more basic for these people? That's how he spells Jesus. You got it closer.
I don't think they want it to be. I think the part that's missing here is they really aren't interested, these people. They just want to do this. They're just bored at home with their computers, and they go online and they get in chats and they just cause mayhem. They're not interested in the content at all. They're just causing mayhem in here. That's why it doesn't happen in our chat, because I won't allow this to happen. This is nonsense.
QNP, I was the first flat earther, Jason.
What?
He's not even one now.
I think he gets to that. He was the first flat earther. I think Zworst has a better timestamp. He's not here right now, but I think Zworst has a bigger.
Yeah, how is daughter at QNP? Hard for you to take on both of us, right?
He says that smell like cheese. Like he is the filthiest person. I just want to point out here that in any chat that I've ever been on, on YouTube or even on the internet, if it's a moderated chat, I've never seen anybody be as filthy and as vile as Q and Fee ever. He's literally the worst ever.
And this is the worst I have ever seen. And I've seen him be pretty crude. This is the worst I've ever seen from him.
And on the screen here, before you move past here, go ahead, Jay, read that, and then I'll speak.
Yeah, this shill that's in our chat right now, Sam Cohen, you think you are daughter of a Jewish god, and so this Jewish, like he's like the biggest straw manner there is.
I had a comeback for that one.
Yeah, we talk about the Hebrews and the Jays are just made up nonsense.
There's no such thing as Jewish.
No.
I'm sure I responded to that person further down.
Yeah, we're going. And then we have a blue pack man in chat talking about clouds behind the moon. More melting spots. I mean, he has such a fixation with dildos and melting spots, right? And butt plugs.
And butt plugs. And making gay videos with men having gay sex. Like, does everybody understand when you make a video, you actually have to sit there and see the content over and over and over again, and you have to like click it and create it. I mean, I don't even know how a straight man. I don't even know how anyone. I don't think he's.
I was just getting sarcastic at this point with Q. Like, yeah, good idea. It'll give you something to do.
Yeah. Talk about just the gaslighting and the ad hominem attacks. He's got no
response to Sam.
No substance whatsoever.
And his Jewish. Next one down.
And the sad thing is, Jason, you spent like weeks.
What is that?
Preparing
put
this
on your welding classes?
Yeah. To see the sunspots?
No, because Yahweh's daughter is going to show her tits, he's saying.
And then my next response was to Sam about calling me the Jewish daughter. And I'm like, you don't even understand the word or the etymology.
That's
so
true.
maybe keep your comments to yourself.
Sam's a moron.
I did bring up the Rothschilds, the evil, wicked family that actually created the modern state of Israel. Right? That's not the creator that worked on that. That was Jacob and his family.
But here's the Bible hater Q and Fee, the demon, talking donkeys. That's his big slight.
But I can literally show you a bird that can talk, right? Dogs are starting to talk too. How about that, Q? Here we go. 200 excluding 1.4 million.
I didn't see that comment.
So now he's trying to debunk.
Go read a real case against the Jews, then go pray to their God, not yours. How dare he? Sam, if you're still there, get a life.
Jason, I'm not seeing it.
Get a life. It's up there. He's telling me to go and pray. Like get a life, buddy.
Yeah, he's crazy. Q's trying to debunk the Ark. Right, 200 excluding 14 land insects. Except the dinosaurs didn't make it through, right, Q?
He asked what happened with the free energy device that we were building. Nobody was interested, so we stopped.
Yeah, no one cared. It was a perpetual motion machine, to be specific.
Sam says accelerometers work off of magnets. Wrong.
Yeah, the whole upward rising earthers, they claim that their water bottle is their accelerometer. It's no magnet. And this level-headed Natalie, I guess that's Will. William wasn't able to make it, but his level-headed Natalie was, to listen to Q talk about dildos. And here we go. This is where it got good. This is where you're going into the free fall as special pleading stuff. Q gets quiet here now. He doesn't want anything to do with Realm Walker Pac-Man.
Maybe he has smoked too much and passed out.
Probably. It was late. I don't even know how he was up. He lives in Holland, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't work, so he probably sleeps and then.
Jason, can you bring up the motion project again? He's talking about Aether in our chat. Aether.
What?
show the Aether again. I guess Sam's an upward rising. That's the coin Earth. He probably believes he lives on that too, with the Toyota field. The upward rising Aether. So if you believe in Aether, you think it's flowing through the dome like this? Grab the Aether, or none of this works. He says you don't have. It was Einstein who came up with the stupid Aether stuff,
and it's been debunked.
Or not Einstein, but he tried to debunk it with the theory of. This guy talking like Q? No! Don't Aether strawman me.
Yes, you would have to have Aether grabbing onto the air molecules and pulling them down, but in a way that you don't feel any wind on your head.
Oh, he's stationary. That's good. You're right then. I don't know what you're doing over in the upward rising retard zone.
Exactly.
Pressurized pizza dome upward risers.
Let's see what else we got here.
This is where I want everyone to pay close attention. We are in the upward rising pressurized pizza dome chat. Jason is logically exposing their false claims, their faulty logic, their word semantics, their RDD bullshit.
And you're doing it with decorum.
Pay attention. Pay attention to what everybody's saying here.
Silly Wonka says radar gun won't register the speed of a falling object.
What? Yes, it will.
That's somebody with a wrench over there.
What do you mean?
Why
So a car driving by is going to be registered, but you're saying if I throw a football, it's not going to register the football? Also, what about a hockey puck? When I was in hockey school, when I shot all my hockey pucks.
What about baseball? They can measure
every single
the speed
baseball
of a baseball.
pitch. But I want everyone to pay attention. So Execrate 200 is the super pro. Him and William, which is level-headed Natalie. Stationary Earth requires downward acceleration. Who said that? Did Jason say that Earth requires a downward acceleration? No, that the globe Earth theory is the only one that needs that, because they say that we live on a sphere spinning around other spheres and everything is being pulled to the center of it. And it was Cavendish that supposedly measured it with 2 lead balls hanging from his shed, from a ceiling. Yeah. We say that the Earth is flat, fixed, and immovable. And Jason explained it perfectly, that due to the fact of something's density, right, and its air coefficiency, it then falls down to the Earth, and when it reaches its terminal velocity.
No, so J Skills asks, if I can't see what Q posts, does that mean he can't see my posts either? No, it just means that he has you blocked. So he has me blocked. I had to change accounts to be able to be showing this chat here because he has me blocked.
Yeah, he's not blocked on our chat, on our channels.
No, I'm blocked. I can't see. I can't see comments.
So what is Execrate saying? Keep going, please. I just want everyone to pay attention that Jason is destroying their theory, and this was supposed to be Notch is one of their leading guys, right?
Yeah, and where's his people, his team here? Why aren't they supporting him instead of making dumb comments, and instead of trying to plead Notch's case and help him out here? Even if they're wrong, you're not even helping the guy. You're just making him look like a fool. These are your people, Notch. These are your people making you look like an idiot.
Yeah, so they're trying to say that I'm special pleading when they're the ones that only talk about free fall and vacuums.
Yeah, but you're the special pleader that says everybody can witness and observe how things have different densities and buoyancies, and the coefficiency leads to the terminal velocity.
And Q says, tomorrow Jason and Ronnie are going to do a celebration stream and say they won the debate. So this clearly was not a debate. If it was a debate, I would have stopped at win number 1 and just sat there and pummeled them and pounded them and pounded them and pounded them and not released them from that chokehold at the very beginning. This was a conversation just to get as many positions out of Notch Shiketa as possible so that we could debunk them all, right?
Which was fair. Let's give the guy a platform to really tell us exactly what is your upward rising Earth? How do you explain it? Can you demonstrate it? Are you going to be doing some kind of experiments? It was wide open.
JC23 again. Not until it becomes back into content with the moving Earth, then can we then measure. You can't weigh something, dumbass, that's falling. That's a special pleading false equivalency experiment that you guys have created. And it's not going to work anymore. If we can figure it out, everyone else is going to figure it out too. This whole entire clown circus is done. They're done. They're over. Everybody's already seen it. It's not just a few people that's seen it. Thousands of people have now seen what Jason easily did and destroyed you. Now look who QNF's siding with.
Yeah, now all of a sudden he's supporting McToon, saying McToon destroyed their map in a debate with Jason, and the next day Jason and Ronnie claimed victory. So the so-called destroying of the map was doing the exact same thing QN Dummy has done, and that is put a scale against the coordinate system. Now, putting a scale against the coordinate system is just a simple way to debunk the AE map and model as well, right? So this supposed destroying of the map by using a scale against the coordinate system was just as retarded as trying to do it on an AE map. So this is a fallacious debunk. It's not true. I've exposed how you're a fraud for trying to use it, and McToon is a fraud for trying to use that.
Strawmanner. And Exocrate says matter orientates itself always in the presence of a motion vector. Again, that you are literally pleading to special pleading. Come and debate us, Exocrate. Come on, let's have it all. You and me, or you and Jason, whoever
And
you
who
want.
are these people?
We had a card tonight. I showed his card, Exocrate 200. He's the guy that says that the Earth is fixed in the Bible, but it's fixed like a
roller coaster
that's never always moving.
But I mean, I don't know his channel. I don't watch his.
Here comes Phuket Word.
He showed up.
Yeah,
he started in one of my videos.
Yeah, with his nonsense AE mapism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Exocrate's getting upset the more and more you're saying what you're saying.
How do you think the measurement is made? The electric voltage? So these people that think that dielectric, magnetics, torus fields, all that kind of crap is anything, you could measure it if it was real, right? You would actually be able to measure the electric field, and you know, I've got voltmeters, I've got all these things, and no, there is not an electrical charge that is going to make things levitate or pull them down or push them up, unless if you're like close to a huge magnet, right? And then it'll have an effect, but it's a field, and it's only strongest near where the field is being generated, and then it becomes weaker and weaker as you go away from it, and you can measure where the field is coming from real easily.
And they keep arguing their special case that when you drop something, it should show the water should be reacting to the drop in free fall. It shouldn't be free falling. It should be deemed displaced. And this is where Nachiketa was
Sad. It was such a disappointment, honestly. I really have. And I guess I'm naive, but I always like to think the best of people. And I really thought Nachiketa would come on and, you know, just try to get real. But I should have known better. As for his chat, nothing new.
Rising Earth is very difficult at first, slowly pieces together. It's a candidate for gravity.
What?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't mean gravitas.
Yeah, gravitas, exactly.
Gravitas.
That is somebody with a wrench in Nachiketa's chat.
And now Jason basically just destroyed their whole entire theory by explaining that you can't have pressure gradients inside of a pressurized container. Sorry. Dun, dun, dun.
Doesn't work.
Ouch.
All they have is special pleading, and they can't even explain the different gradients inside of a tire. It's all you don't have multiple.
These guys came out of nowhere. Z and Notch. They came out of nowhere. Maybe they did something years ago. I don't know. But as soon as TFE started, all of a sudden, these guys come out of nowhere with this whole different theory, and they're pushing it. And he's online and posting and podcasting every day, just about. It's very bizarre. And then in comes Z, and they become this team. I just think it's very bizarre that these nobodies are now going to bulldoze the entire flat Earth community.
Hilarious.
That's what
They said that with their upward rising Earth, they're going to bulldoze everybody.
they're egomaniacs.
Execrate Jason. No, Jason. Have you ever jumped before? Obviously, it's not special pleading. Jump.
If you ever jumped.
Yeah, so how many seconds of free fall has a person accumulated in their life, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
Sorry,
unless you're like you're a parachuter, you know,
Yeah.
and you can talk to free fall.
Yeah, then you're going to have, a few minutes of it accumulated with some time.
Yeah, but very little, because if you don't pull that chute,
Frank
Right?
Noble might be agreeing.
You know,
Can't have a
splat.
pressure system with a rising in perpetuity.
That's amazing. Level-headed William.
He's showing up now? He's a little late to the party, huh?
Late to the party.
Your question of constant velocity assumes we live in a frictionless environment. Oh, yeah, well, like a
at least
super
at this
special
point-
pleading.
There's Aether. There's the Aether comment. There's the friction.
at this point, they start talking about content and not all the other garbage, even though they have no concept of what they're saying. At least they're trying to act like they're interested in hearing what's going on. It took over 2.5 hours to get anybody to pay attention to the actual podcast. Even though they're messed up, at least they're finally commenting about the conversation that you guys were having.
So silly.
There was nothing.
Now, Silly Wonka's now calling us these stupid lies, slander names.
Yep.
That's probably Jake. I wonder which one of these guys is. Where's Jake the asshole? Where was he hiding?
Well, yeah,
Howard.
Notch loves Jake, so he's there.
Oh, yeah, he was probably here somewhere on one of these accounts the whole time. But then again, he's such a narcissist. I don't think he would have been able to be here. There goes X-Crate. Look at what he said here. I'll be in Discord if anybody's interested.
He's crying already.
Yeah, they didn't like it.
Yeah, the comments on this video were sort of funny and telling as well.
Very.
Yeah.
So we're getting towards the end. We'll I want to play his words at the end. They weren't in my stream.
No, because I immediately went over, because sometimes he'll stay on for a little bit. Sometimes he'll stay on for hours. I went over to hear what he had to say, and I'm just like, you are something else. Now I know not only did everything you allow in your chat,
I was
that
polite.
you're
I
a
thanked
disgusting
them.
human being. Now I
Great
see
job.
that you're also dishonest and a liar, and you pretend to be something other than who you are. So in my book, you're done. Done.
Here it goes.
Yeah, so he's gonna be wrapping it up here, and he says some really weird stuff.
Really ideal. I definitely want to entertain and look at the stereographic virtual reality map a little bit more, but I'm not going to make a positive claim that is the map to go with, right?
He's already accepted how many times in this video proof that we're in a virtual reality over and over and over and over and over again. Like there has to have been at least 10 different acknowledgments that debunked the heliocentrism and the pressurized pizza dome, and we have the model that predicts the path of the final experiment to 100th of a degree, yet he's only willing to entertain it even though everything else has been debunked, and he accepted that they were debunked.
Right. And he has said he will watch it over and over. He said that many times, but he's never done it. He's
Never
done
watched
He
it.
never will.
He's a liar.
And I very much respect the ladies who are here, and they'll say, well, we don't live on a map. You're absolutely correct.
The ladies.
The ladies.
What lady?
He very much respects the ladies that were here. You were there, and
He has no respect for ladies because of what he allowed in his chat. He has no respect for women. Actually, he's a woman hater.
Yeah, he really is. He's filth. He's slime. The fact that he knew what was taking place in his chat. You knew that he was interacting in the chat. He was watching it, and so he could see what was Q was doing in there, and he fully allowed it.
He encourages it by just letting them have at it. Like, he encourages it. He likes it. Typically, all of his stuff, he has people on, and the fighting and the language and the C word and everything else. He just lets everybody have at it. He has no respect. Period. Period.
And
Well, he went on to say cult, but you don't have to play it.
No.
Yeah, no, I think you should, because this is where he shows
but it's
himself
kind of
to be a real
interesting
liar.
thought experiment to see what does work with the information that has been given. But again, at the end of the day, what is demonstrable? Well, the demonstrable is the fact that we are living on a level Earth, and that it's upward vector. Which
No, that's not demonstrable.
you will never pry me off of the fact that the Earth is rising at a constant motion, and it's actually very easy. It's not rocket science, guys. It's once you grasp, all the reasons as to why
So
we
hold
have
on,
the
pause
pressure.
it. I just want to. When he says Earth is rising at a constant motion, he literally means that you can't detect it.
Right.
That's
And
he's
it's
saying.
not
Earth
rocket
is
science.
Earth
He
is
can't get-
rising at a constant motion, and it's so constant that you'll never be able to tell that it's rising. And he's actually saying you'll never get me to not believe that. Can you imagine the level of mindset? If I saw that the Earth was a sphere, if someone showed me proof, if I physically went up in a spacecraft and I was, oh shit, I was wrong, I would literally change my stance.
But there's nothing that will pry him off of his upward rising vector.
And it's not rocket science, guys, but it's all new. But he's got it all figured out. He and Z, he and
Yeah,
G.
3 months. He hasn't
Yeah.
been doing it more than 3 months.
And he's got it
Dude,
all figured out.
It's all on his channel.
And he admitted at least like a dozen things that debunks his upward rising Earth.
Yeah,
he didn't even, but he didn't
yeah.
even realize he did it. That's why
Exactly.
Q got pissed off at him.
Exactly.
He was like, "Dummy."
He's not done.
Gradients and why we have weight and buoyancy, which is resistance to that motion. Everything starts to fall into place and make sense. And then, it's just really strange to me that people call us a cult and a religion when in fact it is they who are living in a religion.
What? You just literally said that you're in a cult and that you'll never be swayed from it, and there's no proof of it. You literally just said that all those things.
Yep. So this is a cult. Like Ronnie started with the Illuminati playing cards. We're making a new deck, and we're going to be showing and organizing all these cards, all these players into their networks, and we're going to be showing you which cults you can join if you want. If you want to be a upward rising member of a pressurized pizza dome cult, I mean, this is your network for you to join. But just understand that you're going to be in a cesspool of filth. You're going to have to be there with Q and Fee and Jake the asshole and Nachiketa and all these people that are women haters and absolute creator haters and pure filth. That's
Did you let him finish what he was saying about the cult?
No,
and they who are actually following a cult, and it's like, I guess what you call a projection. So anyways,
projection, that's what he was doing, is projecting.
They all project. That's what Q does. I think that he's probably gay. He doesn't want to admit it because he projects so much. And I'm like, if you're gay, just tell everybody. I said it in a comment.
It's obvious, isn't it?
That he won't show, but I'm like, if you're gay, you're gay. Just say it. Own it.
The other guy
Because,
that his partner literally has the word asshole in his name.
Yeah.
Figure it out, people. Make it make sense.
Yeah, make it make sense.
It is 11:30 at night. I went on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I will be back real soon to talk about some, I I would say like pretty important stuff. So thank you all very much for being here.
Pretty important stuff.
And you know what? His next stream, he went on with Z, and it was titled "The Fairest of Them All." So he then went on to say that because he let Jason on his channel, he was the fairest guy in the world.
Was it Mirror Mirror Faces?
Yeah.
Something. Yeah. I see. I will not watch his stuff again. I will never be in his chat. As for Z, he's just an arrogant, egotistical, a waste of breath, air, space. Can't stand the guy. I think he's psychotic. I think that if you dig deep enough, you're going to find some super psychotic behavior coming from that guy. I will not participate in a chat. I will never watch their video. And Q, if you're listening, I hope you have fun and waste a lot of time making a video tomorrow, because I'm not going to watch it. So if you're doing it to bug me, have at it, because I won't see it. I've already laughed at you long enough. I see you for who you are. Knock yourself out. Like,
so you left a great comment here that was fair, but expressing, you know, your position where you got abused in this chat over here, and it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. We've got Q. All he cares about is the burning, melting spot on the ground, which is like some of the. And then the funny thing here is I hope I'm not have confused people in my last video by saying the snow should melt when a sun sets, which is a logic cause when people believe a sun is some hot furnace. I hope people starting to use their brains and think about it. My sun still generates itself at the horizon on rise and dissolves again on sunset, and how it does without melting snow or boil water, I don't know.
That's not confusing?
Oh my. This is crazy. Anybody, how the hell is a bicone and flat? Maybe I missed something there. That was a debunk of the ball, you dumbass. So his south pole is not magnetic at all like the globe. The south has a magnetic pole and the north has a magnetic pole.
He didn't even reply to my comment. Like, he's such a coward. He couldn't even respond.
No.
Tell me off even, but do something.
Yeah.
Like, that's a coward. Tell me off.
So I'll just
sit, then tell me what your thoughts are. Call me names. Do something.
I'll just briefly show Q's new video here. This is an interesting part here, because this is, if you go to the 33-minute section of his video, you'll actually see where Q rags on Nachiketa, calls Nachiketa like a loser and a failure. You should have listened to my videos. And the funny thing is he actually hisses at the end of this. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't watch it all.
All right, let's hear the hiss at least.
This was a response to QNP. He keeps on.
So we don't need all this. I just want to. So here.
That's kind of strange. And should I not point out liars? That you give room to speak? Huh?
So he's starting.
What you said?
He's starting to rag on Notch here.
Turning on my friend.
Yeah.
Constantly, but you guys feel the need to do that. I guess that's up.
So Notch says that, we feel the need to argue back and forth. We've been fighting against QN Dummy this whole time because he's a top heliocentric shill. He's a New World Order shill, gang stalker.
And he's going to make you eat shit now.
Yeah.
And he's going to start calling you gay. Watch. You and Z are probably going to be having sex in his next video. Watch.
But what does he
guys
say?
Feel the need to do that?
Watch.
So I cannot defend myself when this piece of shit attacked me with lies.
I'm the attacker, right?
You complimented Q. You gave him credit for a bunch of stuff in that stream.
I want to hear what he's saying to Notch.
Yep.
What kind of a snowflake are you? Stop that shit, man. And I do this because you're not so smart to debunk this piece of shit on the spot.
See, Q is acknowledging that Notch was too dumb to be able to have an argument against me.
Talk about being triggered.
And on the spot, but Q and Fee won't meet us live.
Right.
Right? So he's a liar. Liar.
So, I have to do it now? Do you understand that? Why you not debunk him on the spot? Don't you watch my videos? Jesus Christ.
Did you hear that? He hissed at him. Listen to this. Yeah, listen.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
And then he puts us in gay positions. I don't know how a straight man would ever do that.
Yeah, so his entire debunk of everything that we said was just to put us into this gay film, right? That he made.
Yeah.
He made two men do that in the video.
That was his
Talented.
That was his great debunk. But he hissed. He actually hissed at.
I just am shocked.
Yeah.
Crazy and disgusting at the same time. And what he said to you, he'd never say that in front of my face. Ever.
No.
And
No.
There's no way he's alive if he goes around treating people like that. And then when he was on Nachiketta's stream, he said, when I knew him, he said that he fixed up photos for people. He was a hacker, he said. And he fixed up photos in Photoshop. That's how he made his living. Now he says he actually fixes like a handyman now.
For old folks.
Alan, you think somebody making Jason and I do gay fag stuff on video is funny? I mean, how? Why would you? Are you gay? I don't understand
it's not
why that's
funny.
funny. It's gross. I don't understand how any man would think that that's acceptable.
So Franny DMT here that has an all-seeing eye.
Of course, they enjoy it. So maybe this person that thinks it's funny enjoys gay male porn. I don't know.
Yeah, the person with
what are you left to think?
the person with the all-seeing eye on the top of the pyramid says, "At least I don't get timed out on your channel."
Yeah, right. Wow, you like that, huh? Yeah, good for you guys.
I typed homosexual fantasies of psychopathic gang stalker Shills projected into the search bar, and this is what it gave me. So,
What? I don't see what
I like that
showing.
one.
I don't see
Just
what
a
you're
comment. Someone said they typed homosexual fantasies of a psychopathic gang stalker Shills
Oh.
projected. Says it brought
oh, so this is it. We wanted to dig deep and show everybody just how horrible the Nacho and the QN dummy are and their whole team. We're gonna continue to expose it with these cards. We're show the networks, but I gotta say that Nachiketa is an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment to Ripon. He's an embarrassment to the Himalayas. He's an embarrassment to anywhere he is.
To his family that adopted him and apparently gave him a pretty good life. You are an embarrassment. If
His
my
mom,
son,
his sister.
if my son behaved that way, and I'm sorry, I do cut people out of my life. If my son behaved that way, you, Ron, ever behave that way, you are persona non grata. I don't associate myself with people like that, whether you're family or not. If you ever behave like that in a chat, I would just be devastated. Devastated.
Yeah, so it's going to be nothing but shame and embarrassment for every single one of these characters from here until they change their positions, and I don't think they're going to, so it might not ever end.
Well, I won't be watching it. I can tell you that right now. So I'm sure that right now Q is just seething. He right now he's so triggered, and he probably just wants to come for me hard. I don't care what he does, because you know what? I'll never see it.
Mm-hmm.
So have fun. Share it with all your boys.
Yeah, he can make all his gay fantasy films that he wants, and we're we're just gonna be moving on doing the next networks of these shills, and you know, if at some point we have to make some sort of reference, we might, but this is really it. If these guys are dead to us now.
Gross. Really gross.
Yeah. Super gross. You know, I don't even really, like, I know I've said a lot of words, but I feel like there's really no words to kind of wrap this up that shows exactly who they are. I mean, they did it, they showed it, and Notch is just as bad as Q for allowing it. So just because Q was the one saying it doesn't make Nachiketa any better, because he allowed it. So he's just as gross a pig as Q.
Great comment by John.
Yeah, that's appreciated. Well, this has been a sad and disgusting and painful night in many ways, but also exposing these characters for what they are has got, you know, there's an upside to it. Hopefully it helps somebody else out there.
Well, hopefully some of these people see who they're really dealing with, because anybody with any morals at all would see that this is just not acceptable. I mean, like I said, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I could care less what he thinks or says about me. It's just sad that this is what Flat Earth and people think they need to do to get attention. Very sad.
Well, we've been going live here for 4 hours and 20 minutes right now, and I think it's probably time that we go ahead and wrap this one up. What do you guys say?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm done with it.
All right. Well, since we've got you here, Shan, where's the only place people are going to get this content?
YNN News Network. #.